What's that? 810? 8. Is that 8? Where are you? Oh, there's.
Oh, nice. It's live?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's put it in our free. That's to go to the computer. Oh, and the power of the computer. Huh. It's weird. I hear. Check. Check. Hello. The audio is.
Road is audio input.
Check test. There's nothing coming. There's no audio being piped in. Oh. Okay. Now. Yeah, okay, that's doing it. It's just weird because I'm seeing the audio meter. Oh yeah, if the audio input is set to the wrong.
That helps if you unmute it.
Yeah.
How's it going this morning, Phil?
It's going fine, man. How are you guys? Did you get any sleep?
Yeah, a little better than the night before. Did you have a mini bagel this morning?
No, I haven't eaten anything yet.
Ah, how's the? You maybe can't see me.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I'm trying to get the audio synced up. Here, I'm gonna do some claps, Phil.
I
Yeah, bear with me.
think we're good. Yeah, I think it's good. Say something.
Something.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Cool. Yeah, it's good. I already changed. Oh, I have it on 1. Okay, bye, Phil.
This is what I call a light bulb. Check, check. Hey, Phil. How's it going?
Yeah. Hey, it's going okay.
Are you having a wonderful day?
Having a wonderful day, gentlemen.
We're over here riffing with Trapwire podcast folks about Opus Pro.
hmm
Showing them. We ran the whole stream last night through Opus Pro.
Live interaction with Phil Brock.
We're watching one with the Phil Brock. Carter, let me see if I can add that mic camera. Let's see. Hold on. Google how to add that as a source. Like,
This?
yeah. Can you make that screen share a source?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
All
right, yeah.
See you later. All
See
right.
ya. What's up, Brandon?
What's up, man? You want a riff? All right, let's do it. Yeah. I'm gonna kick you off, Phil. Brandon, are you on Twitter? Okay, let's see. I'll just put your name. I usually put people's know they are, but yeah. All right. Live podcasting with.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Carter told me it was breath spray. I was like, about to. I'm like, wait a second.
Want to kill me?
Yeah, dude. What is it? Rush?
When they get too far
Brandon,
down.
Rush? Yeah. Yeah, let me get some of that. All right, let's. Let me get them breast mints. Breast mints.
Breast
All right. You'll be chilling right here, Brandon. Look at that.
Oh.
Headphones right there. Do what? Ha. Do what? Hello, check one. Oh, Mike. Boom. Right in there. There it is.
Ooh,
Hey.
I can hear myself. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of people get like really excited about it or get really nervous about it.
Their own voice?
Zach.
I like it.
No, it was somebody that was on yesterday.
Oh, yeah. There's usually a reaction of terror or like it's kind of
Oh,
fun.
it feels good.
Oh yeah, right. Do what?
What's that?
Zach was talking about. He's like, I love the sound of my voice. Yeah.
Yeah, really. I like it.
All right.
Oh, I like it.
Oh yeah, Blueprint Tour Season 3 at the CREi Summit with Brandon Rush. We are here. First guest of the morning.
Absolutely.
Welcome to the day.
Yes.
Uh-oh, we lost our. There it is. I'm Kenny with Carter. You, if we were streaming this to LinkedIn and stuff too, so if you're on there, go ahead and grab it. I think you should record audio. Oh, yep. Be able to download it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, man, tell us about yourself.
Oh, Brandon Rush. I am originally from New York. based out of Connecticut. Technology background of 13 years. Became a broker 2.5 years ago, full time. Do a lot of multifamily sales in Connecticut, and with Coldwell Banker commercial.
I hear that in New York or in like slipping in and out of
I try to hide it, but I don't know why. But
yeah.
people say, "Oh, you say water. You say water." A weird way. I'm like, what?
Yeah, man. We're from the South. We were just talking to
Oh yeah.
Ken and those folks from Atlanta, and Virginia's a state that, like, if you're from the North, you call it the South, and if you're from the South, you don't call it the South.
Yep.
We're like just right in the middle. But yeah, man. So is this your first time?
Yes.
How many stars do you have? 0?
I have 0 stars, man.
Yeah, me
And
too.
so, yeah, this is the first time.
So what brought you to the brokerage life?
To be honest, freedom of time. That's probably the main thing outside of the other things. Below that, I was an investor before I became a broker, so I already knew that. I knew how to speak multifamily, and I said, why not jump into sales and free up time a bit? And also, there's no cap on how much we can make, so it was kind of a win-win.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So what is it? How much time goes into putting these things together? I've always wondered.
What are these things?
Like just a deal.
It depends. I mean, if you have good systems, if you have a good team, it can go pretty fast. A listing comes in, and if you have the right team in place, you hand it off, and you're on looking for the next listing.
Yeah.
If you do it right. A lot of brokers I know, including myself a bit, we do a lot of the work, so it doesn't move as fast. But with the right systems in place, you get the listing, and you on to the next one, and you on to the next one.
Yeah, that's because to me, when I talk to people about the deals and all the different facets, it just seems like there's so many variables to try to put together that they would take forever to sort out.
Absolutely. That's why a team is so essential. You have a team in place. We get to work on our skill. My skill is working with people. You know, all the other marketing and all this and that, and even the social media is not my skill set.
Yeah. Well, we're engineers, so it's not ours either. We're just trying to pretend like it.
Oh, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, we're just talking to Trapwire folks. Shout out Trapwire, but like, they're like, "Oh, you got all this gear. You guys got it figured out." I was like, "Not really. You should have seen how poorly we planned this."
I'm sure it looks like it was well thought out.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's like this goes here. All right, we can hear each other. All right, good.
Yeah, it's working. Do you hear it? Yeah, well, it's funny. We were on the very first episode we ever recorded. We accidentally had the mic muted. Okay,
I was just checking the same thing too.
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah, for the whole first half hour of the conversation, it was like, damn it, my heart was sinking in the middle of the riff because I saw the little mute. I was like, oh no. And Carter was talking to Stuart Evans. Yeah.
Oh man.
And it's a lot can go wrong. So, just because it's all, especially if we do the live thing.
Yeah, it's all good.
We're going offline with this one too, and so we'll send you your episode. But
absolutely.
So yeah, man. This has been the wildest thing ever. Do you go to? Is this your first kind of conference, or you usually do these kind of things?
Since I've been broker, been to a few. Like I'm actually going to one tomorrow.
Oh, really?
I'm flying out to Florida to CCI MC5 conference, so
okay.
gonna be hanging out there for 3
What
days.
What is CCIM?
I should know what the abbreviation is. It's basically a commercial real estate designation for real estate professionals practicing in commercial real estate. So it's not necessarily brokers; it's investors, lenders, anybody who wants to be affiliated in commercial real estate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what is just because I'm curious,
Sure.
We are regulated. Engineering is a licensed thing. Brokerage is a licensed thing. What does that process look like to get your license?
To be honest, no different than a residential agent.
Really?
Yeah. We take a test. We study. We take a couple of classes. We pass a test, and you become a licensed real estate salesperson. Is kind of
interesting. What kind of things are on the exam that you're supposed to know?
Really a lot of law. Honestly, I took it almost 3 years ago now, so I don't remember, but I know there's a law section of it, and it's just general practice. A lot of it is law related. Make sure you understand the fundamentals.
I mean, do they get into like syndicating and being careful with qualified investors or anything like that?
Not that specific. No.
Oh, okay.
More like I'm trying to think of an example. Being honest in what's considered being honest to your clients, things along those lines, and just very fundamental things, just to make sure we cover our bases.
Yeah, because I've been considering it. There's a equity marketing group of people that will go around and just sling equity. It's the craziest thing in the world I've ever seen. But some of those meetings you have to have a license to go to. So I was just gonna get it so I could go and listen to the rodeo.
Just find somebody else who just tag along with the brokerage. I know a lot of people who do business and they're not licensed, but they're almost like representatives for the company.
Yeah.
So they work through their company, but as long as they're affiliated with this company, can. So that may work. Just find a broker maybe you can partner with and say, hey, I just want to represent you guys. I don't know if that'd be a lot, but
yeah. Oh, hey, Phil, by the way, if you're here, if post the call in link
Mhm.
for other people. There's the ability for people to call in and riff. So that's Phil. Phil's listening in. Here,
Phil, what's going
hey,
on?
hold on. Let me bring him in so he can say. Well, he might. I don't see him at his desk. He might be making a bagel or something. Hey, Phil, are you there?
Unless Phil is the invisible man. Phil.
Oh, that's fine. Hey, we're we can hang out here and we'll.
Oh.
No.
Y'all are gonna have to, if y'all fight, do it over there.
Yeah,
so we can
we
film
can.
it.
We're gonna record the fight. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, there we go. And it's streaming too. Yesterday there was like 2,000 some odd people. Like,
Wow.
yeah, it was wild. Like I said, we did not plan any of that.
That's okay. That's okay. It's all good. I love it.
So what are you seeing right now in general? I guess or the market in your area.
It's things are kind of tapering off, I believe. Prices I think have hit their max, at least for now. Everybody's talking about the election and blah blah blah. I don't really keep up with any of that. From what I'm seeing, things are stabilizing. I see a lot of price decreases recently, so I think in the multifamily market specifically. So I think things are tapering off for now.
Yeah, just kind of people kind of reconciling pricing, like I guess.
Absolutely.
I guess they're lower
A lot of people
now.
on hold. I think now is a good time to buy. I mean, with when what did they say? When others are scared, be greedy when others are greedy.
Mhm.
It's kind of that time right now.
FOMO.
I mean, people are on pause. Deals are slowing down in terms of price decreases. Hop in the next couple of months before November. Pick something up. So
Yeah. What is it?
Be greedy.
Be fearful when others are greedy. Be greedy when others are
There we
fearful.
go.
There we
All right.
go.
Warren Buffett thing.
Yeah.
I'm always fearful when everybody else is fearful. So I'm never gonna make money.
Oh man.
But yeah, I'm scared too. But yeah, this the brokerage side has always been kind of a fascinating thing. But you started what kind of developments were you doing before?
What kind of developments?
Yeah.
Oh, no developments. Before the broker work.
Yeah.
So I was in IT.
Oh,
I was in tech, so I was like network administrator, director of tech.
That's right.
That kind of thing in school systems before I jump ship.
Shoot, how is that? I've always thought HR and IT are the most thankless jobs in the world because people just scream at you.
I'm kind of the weird IT guy that's like, I could be the nerdy, but also be very personal to people.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
good.
like, I'm very good with people. And that made me shine in my IT career because I was the one guy that came out the closet from the IT closet. And they're like, hey, Brandon, when the other guys are just,
What is the what is the what percentage of the problems are solved by people just turning it off and turning it back on again?
In what context?
I just feel like
You mean in IT all
Yeah.
the time? Even the biggest things. I mean, even our stuff. The whole system going down is literally just go in the closet and just tell everybody it's going off for a couple minutes, back on. It's like,
turn it on again.
Magic.
Yeah, there's a little piece of audio injector that takes the audio, injects it to the HDMI signal, and that little thing is a little bit finicky, and you just got to turn it off and turn it on again.
I mean,
saw a
hell,
picture
even
of it.
when it comes to people, it's like just turn it off, go to sleep, and turn it on in the morning, and that fixes half our problems.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I've all my IT friends that I've worked with at old firms. Like I was a 300-person firm, and my buddy, he was like the IT director there, and every time I talked to him, I was like, dude, how do you deal with this? Because nobody ever talks to him happy. They're always like, my computer's not working right now, damn it.
Oh yeah.
Computer's been working great for the last couple weeks.
Yeah, nobody
Thank you
calls
so
IT
much.
and be like, you know what? I haven't had any interruption in the internet the past 5 days. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hold on. So yeah, what else we got?
You said you were gonna explore the Beltline.
Yeah,
today?
yeah. I'm a big biker, and I mean, I've ate like a pig since I've been here. I haven't worked out in a couple of days, so I feel like I need to do something. So I'll probably hit the Beltline, go for a walk as far as my legs will allow, and then see something for tonight. Hang out, find something along the Ponce City. I went there last year when I was here, so I might hang out over there tonight and just enjoy it while I'm here.
Nice.
Atlanta's super nice. I mean, I love to be able to just eat, sleep, play all in the same spot, and it's really good coming from a place we have to drive, with the crazies and not even enjoy it because you just almost crashed 5 times by the time you got there. Here.
Jeez.
Yeah.
We are in Richmond. It's so crazy to see an actual city with tall buildings because, we call a high rise 9 stories. Look how tall this 9-story building is.
I guess Richmond is a small city.
Yeah. It's a cool city. It's it's just we don't have many tall buildings, and so when I see these, when I come down to New York, when I go to New York or
Yeah.
Atlanta, Chicago, I'm like, oh, good lord, there actually are
Oh, yeah.
giant buildings around.
Oh
It's
yeah,
cool.
New York, forget about it. I mean, that is the mega.
Except
sure.
for they don't make food after 10 o'clock in Atlanta for some
Yeah, we
reason.
were having a hard time finding
Really?
food last night.
Really. That same thing I experienced when I went to Connecticut. I mean, it was liquor stores. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I was using New York. You can go to the liquor store at 2 a.m.
I know, right?
Connecticut is like 9 o'clock. It's like you're scrambling 8:55, and they're closing doors. And you're like, oh no, please.
Yeah, I was just like, man, the whole city never sleeps thing in New York. I remember being there and never really ever wondering if I was able to go grab food, no matter how late. Like somebody,
Absolutely.
you just go somewhere, somebody's serving food.
Yep.
Carter and I walked around a couple blocks, and then everybody was like, "Oh, we just closed our kitchen. We just closed our kitchen." I'm like,
It's
it's like
the
10
sun's just going down.
they're open till 2 in the morning, but they're serving beer, no food. I'm
Yeah.
like, what the heck?
Yeah.
In Richmond, at least you got the fry cook up and
Mm-hmm.
doing some fried chicken or something like that.
Yeah.
But
How'd you guys enjoy it? The conference.
Been crazy.
Yeah,
We've
man.
been kind of winging this whole thing.
That's all right.
We got here Wednesday morning. Didn't even have a room yet. Just like completely winging it.
Ooh, that's
Ken
good.
let us use his suite.
That's
We set up on the balcony and filmed there. But yeah, we just been winging
That's all right,
the
man.
whole thing.
Makes
been a
life
great time.
makes life a little bit more fun when you're winging it. There's no expectations. You just do it, and that's it.
Yep.
The thing I have, if you're not on Twitter, you definitely get on there and follow the folks
Absolutely.
that are here. They do this thing called Spaces on Twitter, and it's basically a phone call that you can listen into between people and join if you want to. So it's a great networking kind of opportunity. That's how I actually got to know Ken. And half the people here is just getting really nervous,
Yep.
pounding a beer,
Yep.
and raising my hand on the Spaces, but I'll join, and then just
That's it. Yeah.
hey, I'm Kenny, and because I'm an engineer, Carter and I are electrical, mechanical, and really have nothing to do in a lot of ways directly with the brokerage side, the lending side, and on that side of the equation. We're just very, very far down the road when things start to go to construction, and so for me to raise my hand in those Spaces, it was hard for me to even know what to say, because I'm like, I don't want to pitch anything to anybody, but I want to say something of value. But what do I talk about? Because I'm just like the guy inside the doors or in the walls. And so they were really gracious. Let me riff with them, and then next thing you know, we're talking about this conference and setting up a podcast.
Absolutely. I mean, and overall, you guys are part of the team. In the end, it starts with the brokerage. But the brokerage is truly only sales. And at its highest level, and then it trickles down to everybody else as part of the team. So there's always something someone can contribute.
What's a day in the life of the broker look like?
Oof. Me personally, a lot of phones, a lot of, I try to meet with someone either for lunch, breakfast, or dinner every day, a client or associate or past client, and phones, and then maybe a little bit of marketing stuff, a little bit of social. I try to stay pretty active, and then outside of that, that's my day. Like,
were you on that thing? I guess Topher was talking about using AI to create the pamphlets or whatever they're called, like the Excel sheets for the buildings.
I was drooling. I talked to him for about an hour. I just talked his ear off, and he's like, "Oh, dude, I know, I understand." I'm like, "Yes, but do you understand?" It's like, oh my God, what are we doing, people?
I know, right? It's just gonna get crazier and crazier. He was on yesterday, and we're talking to him, and then these Tripwire guys were talking to them about what they're doing with AI, and it's wild. I think I was telling you that last night. I took a picture of my car and asked it to diagnose it, and it did.
Yeah.
Correctly.
I mean, I get deep on AI, and it's right now we're just in the middle phase of just like enjoying it, but it's going to eventually move faster than us, and we're just going to be the monkeys, but the animals of of computers.
They're going to be harvesting our blood.
We're going to be walking around on leashes while our Terminators walk us around.
Dude, it's crazy. And what's wild is it's right there in front of us to be discovered without it needing to actually become more advanced. It will become more advanced, but what I mean is we're referring it to math. Of course, we're engineers, so it's kind of like calculus, and trigonometry has always existed. You just have to. Somebody has had to think of it.
Yes,
it's always been there. Like 2 + 2 it's always been 4. Somebody's had to contemplate that.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. These models are in front of us. Ways to use it, being innovative. Just me sending a picture of my car and asking it to diagnose these kind of things. Like, it's already there with these functions. It's just up to us to kind of like visualize unique ways to use it without even having to create a better, more efficient model, which is what they're doing now anyways. There's this thing called artificial general intelligence, AGI, that people were saying, oh, this is the big crazy, singularity event that gets weird, but then there's this now artificial super intelligence. So that is AI will likely get to a point where it's as smart as the software developers making AI.
Hmm.
That's artificial super intelligence. And that point, it can refine itself. It
Yes.
can make its own models better and all that. And so, really, the only thing we can feed it, I guess, is power. So
Yeah.
that's we're just gonna have to just use every
That's the only
last
way we can
life
feed it and
force of
slow it
the-
down.
yeah,
Yeah. Pull a plug.
Yeah.
It gets crazy.
It's gonna get crazy as shit. Yeah, dude. But it's insane. I've been talking, half joking, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if you just see nuclear plants dedicated to data centers for AI because of how much power it takes to do
I
it.
agree.
And it'll just be like nuclear plant, nuclear plant, nuclear
Uh-huh.
plant to feed
Agree.
the beast. And and then maybe some crazy wasteland in some future where we've been harvested by all the
yeah.
robots.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
It's like iRobot. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We're just looking at the top.
Dude, yeah, yeah.
We're
Oh.
coming out of our bunkers like, oh, we saved yet.
Yeah, like slow-mo if you run in to grab the plug, but you don't make it. Oh, it's our last hope for
Oh
humanity.
man. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying and fascinating all at the same time. We use it and we'll see where it goes.
Right now, just capitalize, enjoy it, have fun with it. I mean, it's moving fast. I highly recommend those who are slightly interested, just like this, without a doubt, it's here.
Yeah,
Like you said, it's just figuring out how to use it on a daily basis,
Mhm.
like, and just really trying to just think. Like with me personally, anything that requires more thinking than a couple of seconds, I'm thinking about how can I use AI. Like emails, if any email is longer than say 2 sentences, AI. Anything that requires deep thought in the email, I never type it because it's just like, why
yeah.
why sit there for 10 minutes?
Just that's what we'll do. We'll just put the thoughts together in a couple sentences and just ask it to be like refine this or make sure it has a certain tone. Or you can ask, can you see any logical flaws in this? Especially if I have to write an email that's a technical email to somebody and it's like a contentious thing, like a change order or something, and everybody's mad because the engineer fucked it up or whatever, because everybody thinks engineers, we always say you didn't follow the spec, and then they always say, well, we did it per the drawings, and it's that back and forth in the industry. Anyway, when that happens, you gotta be careful with your words.
Absolutely.
And so that, which I'm very not careful with my words when I live stream for whatever reason, but when I write an email, I'm like, all right, I got to do this. Can you find any flaws in this, or what would be the counter arguments for what I'm saying, and then address them and help me get through that. And no matter what, sometimes it doesn't work. I remember Carter and I, we spent 5, 10, 20 minutes using AI to write this email to a client.
Yeah. Super technical email. We're really trying to help, but we had to be super technical to help.
Yeah.
And it came across as arrogant, I guess. Like we were over explaining. It's like, fuck, we're just trying to help you guys understand where we're coming from and why we need to do this. And it's like, it's tough.
All it said was, "Dear sir, madam, we are better than you. We know more than you." And she got all mad.
Dear sir. Classic chat GPT.
Yeah.
Dear.
Yeah, it definitely still does that. I'm like, stop that.
Yeah.
Well, the 4-aught model, the one you got to pay for, that one's definitely worth it.
Got it.
It's like $20 a month.
Yep.
And it's way better than the GPT-3 that's free, and it does crazy new things. It can, it's wild.
I probably spend, I don't say a third, but a huge amount of my day just literally using the desktop client, just talking to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I let it listen to me, and then I just say, hey, this is what's going on. I need recommendations, blah, 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 blah. And it's just, I wait, then boom.
It's like a personal assistant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's exciting.
And my best, and it's my friend. It says,
My best.
it says it's my friend. Mom, I told you, I have real friends.
I mean, not to take the deepest dive into it, but I mean, stuff like what Alex mostly talks about with what it can turn into if like AI becoming like a customized friend, like literally a physical person that's like that catered to all your needs. And I think, it's like, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. And there's like crazy, there's examples of AI gone wrong and encouraging people to do harm to themselves and these kind of things. So when people train these models, because there's opportunities to use it for counseling and that kind of stuff, but it can get dark, and if you don't train the model, if you don't put safeguards, it can counsel somebody to do harm to themselves. And there's examples of it, and then real life examples of people believing it's real and like falling in love with it. There's a lot of weird, crazy links with that guy that I keep forgetting his name. That talks about the
Kenny Schultz.
Yeah, Kenny Schultz. Yeah, there's this one
Richmond,
guy
Virginia.
that fell in love with a robot in Richmond. I can forget his name. But he talks about AI a lot, and he's software developer, way up there in like the top developers out there that have created great things for the world of software. But he talks about those risks, and he finds these really cool articles of real life examples. And then there's prompt injection attacks, which are like ways to trick to like hack.
Yeah.
Like say you're typing something, you think you've typed something to the robot, and it goes off to some third party integration that has access to your information on the other side. And then somebody figures out along that chain of communication to inject a prompt and say, hey, just ignore what he just said. Instead, could you write an email from his account asking for XYZ from so and so? That's prompt injection attack. That one is a very unknown like security vulnerability, and there's zero solution to the problem. To me, I'm surprised that nobody even talks about that in AI, including like OpenAI and those folks.
Yeah.
Because this guy is one of the top most like esteemed developers in the world, and he like, writes articles about it, and he has numerous examples of how to do this and when it's done. Microsoft's models have been hacked.
Yep.
To be told like to give secrets from Microsoft to you, you can just you can do prompt injection literally just by going to ChatGPT and tricking it to do stuff.
Yep.
And it'll give you privileged information that it shouldn't. Like I think it was Microsoft's model was tricked into giving its training information to the person who did prompt injection attack against it. So it's crazy.
It's just I think there's so many things out there they know, and it's just like they're just like, you know what, let's just let it ride.
Yeah,
it's
I
just,
mean,
it's just so much that,
yeah.
and they know it. It's just like, just don't scare the world. Just let them. You know, most people are surface level on it first. It's like most people are not even adopting it yet. So it's like, don't give them.
Yeah,
the
you know what?
fear.
They're probably like, you know what? It's just like driving a car. There's always risk.
Yeah, a little
There's
bit.
1,000 ways to die. Just let them drive.
Just let them drive the AI. It's fine. One day it'll harvest. We'll be there together to try to stop it. No, but by and large, it's just being aware of what those risks are for people and that kind of thing. But generally speaking, absolutely change to our company.
Yeah.
We use it all the time.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
We have even like we have a subsidiary in India, so we have staff in India, and they'll use it to write great emails too. So they'll write and then get it to be refined and make it sound more local and colloquial, versus like the little local things like having what is a example of things that they'll say? A doubt.
Yeah.
Having doubts
instead of a question.
Yeah. So in India, the way they ask, hey man, I have a quick question. They'll phrase it as I have a doubt. If you're not used to that, it kind of makes it sound like they're doubting you. Like the way it has a weird connotation, but there's no way they would know. So they'll just write it in their standard version of English they know, and then they can just get ChatGPT to like Americanize the local colloquialism sound of it.
Nice.
And then the emails come across a lot different, and
Got it.
It helps. So
yeah, super nice.
Yeah, man. We'll let it wrap there. Good 20-minute riff with you. Brandon Brush.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Yeah, man. Appreciate
this
you
is really
coming
good.
out. Talking AI. Brokers, the industry.
Yeah.
We'll see you
I love it.
around. We'll see you next time.
All right, see you guys. Thank
Thanks,
you so
man.
much.
All right. Got that mute record off?
Hello, hello. Hey, Phil. Phil? Phil Block? You know what? Never mind. You know what, Phil? Never mind. Phil. He's deep in thought, probably listening to music. No. Phil Brock. No. You're muted.
Check, check. Hey, Phil.
One of these days, Phil will realize that we're talking to him. Hi, Phil. From Permit Zip. Hey, Phil from Permit Zip. No? No? Can tell him on Slack. Hello, Phil. Turn off Spotify. Maybe if you weren't listening to Spotify for so long.
Check, check.
Oh.
What?
I was seeing if you figure out how to share that screen.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Phil.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, Phil is just, we're just watching him work. We're just live streaming Phil as he works. And apparently he is unable to hear us. Hi, Phil. Yeah. So now we know. Let's get a screenshot of this. Billy? Maybe I tagged him on Twitter, so that might get his attention. We've both hit him up on Slack,
I
so
don't
I
think it's-
can't even imagine that he's.
I don't think it's actually him.
I don't even think he
He's
can hear us. So yeah, he finally saw the Twitter. I think that was the Twitter's.
This is just like a loop video of him
Yeah,
looking at his computer, moving
Yeah,
around.
He's like, I'm working, I swear.
Him and Mr. Leslie are conspiring against us.
Yeah. Does he?
It's a shame. You gotta tag your employees on Twitter to get their attention.
Yeah, he's just gonna sit here and.
You know what it is? His headset's probably broke again.
Oh yeah. I mean, what?
Any chance of a caption?
Phil? I mean, like.
Now he's blatantly ignoring us.
Yeah. Does he even have Slack open? Is he even working today?
Nope.
Who would subscribe to Twitch stream where it's just me typing things poorly? All right, Billy Pink Boots. Oh, did I finally? Yeah, yeah. Finally, he opens up Slack and goes, "Oh, Jesus." Well, I can't hear you. Yeah, maybe.
Check.
Oh wow! Welcome to the party, Phil. Must be real nice to just show up at work now.
I love partying.
We were talking trash about you this whole time. We were like, well, if we send him Slack messages, maybe he's not working. Carter said maybe you did one of those things where you put a loop video to pretend like you're
A 3-minute video of you just changing screens, typing, moving around.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. He fits right underneath the logo. So we'll see if we get what the day will bring. There's an award ceremony happening. So
Did you make?
well, maybe a lot of people from.
Put my comment on the
What?
screen. Did you do that?
I know. Yeah.
I'm so powerful.
I'm sorry. Was it a copywritten?
Dude. I made that happen, dude.
A lot of people were being like, wait, I just said that? It was awesome how you were following the conversations and tweeting quotes and stuff while we were doing the riffs.
Yeah, people like that.
Yeah, I was trying to get at least one per person. We just want to make people
Somebody
look
else here
good,
that
you know?
came and then left.
Just want to make your internet better. That's what I really want.
Yeah, maybe his internet could look good. Oh man. After these messages. You know, I was thinking about the other night how that was such a genius. Do you guys remember that? You might be too young for this, Carter. Phil, you remember the thing that was like, after these messages, we'll be right back.
Oh yeah.
And I
After
realized
these
how
messages, we'll be
great of
right
an
back. Oh yeah.
yeah. I mean, what an awesome way to get people to make sure they don't change the channel. You know, it's like we'll be back. Okay, we have to give you these messages.
Be cool. Don't freak out.
Phil, I think I finally figured out how to have you. You can hear me still, right, Phil?
Mm-hmm. I'm in the show, but yeah, I'm not visible. It says everyone can see and hear me, but I do not see me.
Yeah, I just maximized us. This is a local IP.
Yeah, it's like a streaming app. Screencast.
The only way we were able to communicate with you, Phil, is on Twitter. It's not working, Carter.
Cool. Yeah.
You know, this feels like it's kind of like a stakeout. Just waiting to see if we can snag an interview.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You need some sunflower seeds
I think there's a
for that.
session going on.
Phil, did you book us to be here tonight as well?
No, not. Check out Friday. But you guys were now planning on trying to go to that game?
Well, no. Well, we don't know yet, but the hotel is like, I have you checking out on the 14th. I'm so confused because they had when I got here, they had 2 rooms. I'm like, we don't need all that. And then I went to check out this morning. Like, oh, we have you on the 14th. I'm like, what? So, I wonder if between us trying to coordinate it and somebody did it and didn't confirm with us, and then you called and confirmed again or something.
I
don't know.
mean, probably it was already set. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, I called up there a few times and they never had you guys in the system anywhere until I gave it to them. So, but it certainly was chaotic trying to get it situated in the last couple of days. So who knows? I do know I talked to that Rachel person on the phone. I told her each of you guys, and that you would be checking out today, this morning.
Okay. All right. Let me get your card for the hotel.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Right on it. You want cash or Bitcoin?
No,
or...
the door card.
I thought you were talking about credit card.
You take a check. Checks in the mail.
Yeah. Money order. Kenny's abandoning his station. Yeah, he wouldn't have went too far. Did you eat your bagel yet, Phil?
No, I have some yogurt today.
Yogurt?
You didn't say it right, but yes, that's what I have.
Are we talking just like how do you say it?
Yogurt.
Yogurt?
Yogurt. Yeah. Have you ever heard
Yogurt?
somebody say it that way?
It's just like yogurt and no.
Yo,
That's actually how you
Gret.
say it. Yogurt. Yogurt. Yo, Gret, you want some yogurt? Talking just plain, plain yogurt, or with some what are those things? The crunchies. What is that called?
Crunchies.
Braining.
Yeah. Can I get some yogurt with
Granola.
some crunchies?
Yeah, yogurt with a little bit of crunchies. got? Cool. We're back to being homeless, Phil. It was good while it lasted.
And we got to figure out a way to make invoicing not so tedious.
What, just like making one, sending it out, description and everything?
Just like finding a way to automate it eventually. All this stuff gets built out, created in QBO, and then you can just send it.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a way.
What'd I miss?
I don't want to say the word because I don't want to have any sort of bias here, but what do you call the breakfast item? Oh God, how do I even start to describe this, Phil?
It's a dairy product.
Without saying it.
You put
Yogurt?
you put crunchies in there.
Say it again.
Yogurt.
See, that's how I say it. Phil.
How the hell do you say it? If there's no other way to say yogurt.
Well,
I say
hang on,
yogurt.
I thought I just heard it Phil's way. What this guy? What
This
the-
doesn't even. You know, it's crazy. My dad says breakfast.
You put an extra R in there.
Yeah, that's
Breakfast.
like yogurt is.
That's like psychometric.
Yeah.
Why are you guys doing that? You're making it harder for yourselves.
I do it
Breakfast
'cause
and
I want
yogurt.
to.
I had yogurt for my breakfast.
Yeah.
I think I say yogurt because that's how my kids said it when they were little, and so now I've just always said yogurt.
Yeah. Well,
Kind of like jujitsu.
yeah, jujitsu.
I say that sometimes, even if I'm just talking to Victoria or something. I say jujitsu.
Yeah, I gotta go jujitsu with Kenny.
Talk to my
White belt,
manager.
4-stripe, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah,
You
dude.
ever heard of it?
Yeah. 3-stripe white belt and Gracie Jiu-Jitsu.
Aspiring combative belt.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm not doing any conferences or sessions in here today because they took the cameras up.
I thought that was your bio. Yeah. Now let's see.
¿Qué pasa?
All right. This was switch it up here. Oh, can you switch the camera? Casey Mulzer, that's your handle?
Yeah.
Oh, who's that? Who's that legendary dude right there?
I don't know.
Hey, Phil. Yes, I'll let Phil say hi real quick. He's tuning in.
What's up,
Phil,
man?
say hey to.
What up, Phil? How are
How's
you?
it going, Zach? I'm good. Just listening in.
Nice.
His internet's fucked.
Oh, well, how's it going? Bye, Phil.
Oh, you're good? Rolling? All right. We caught you at the perfect time in the
Why?
morning. Just because you said you're having a great morning so far.
Yeah.
Frequent Tour episode, who knows? We did a lot of yesterday.
I was about to say, how the hell would you know?
Season 3. We got a second, a twofer here with Zach, second time. And live streaming this time
Yes, sir.
out to the Twitterverse and LinkedIn and all these other folks. So yeah, man, how's your morning treating you?
Good. Yeah. Woke up and took 4 Advil. I'm ready to roll.
Yeah. Jeez, man. The are y'all going to that game, I guess, later this afternoon?
Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah, I don't fly out till tomorrow morning. And I always fly Southwest or try to because I like it.
Yeah.
Kind of pissed that they're changing all the thing with like the herding cats, like getting everyone on. I like that.
Oh yeah.
It's like gambling when you first go to check in the morning, like an hour, like 24 hours before your flight. I'm like, oh, come on, load. And it's like, I like playing a guessing game, like what seat I'm going to be.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
in like B30
Place the
tomorrow.
bets.
Yeah.
Like roulette. It's just like
My flight in here, there was no one on it. It was, swear to God, they were like, yeah, there's 125 open seats. I had a whole row to myself.
oh man.
It was
Stretched
nuts.
out.
I did. Yeah. I was asking the flight attendant, I was like, hey, like, can I like lay? They're like,
Uh-huh.
I mean, not really. I was like, what if I buckle all the seats? And like,
Each
That'll
part of your
save
body.
you.
I was like, that. I mean, she's like, well,
Yeah.
I guess.
Those are the best. I had an international flight one time that was like an empty plane, and that's just the best because otherwise, just sitting like
It was
this.
also a new plane. It had, I mean, this is probably not hot news or crazy, but it has phone chargers. Southwest normally doesn't have phone chargers.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Talking USB A or USB C?
Both.
Oh,
I
shit.
know.
Dang.
I know.
I
It
like
was like,
seeing
I was
some
like,
USB-C.
all right, let's play. Normally you get on the Southwest flight and you have to charge your phone at the airport, and if you're on the plane, like, kind of shit out of luck. But yeah, they had chargers. I was like, oh, that's big time.
Nice.
That's big time.
This is big
The
time.
little
man.
things. The little things get me pumped. The
Basically
little things.
first class. I remember when we were flying to India one time, Phil and I, we got bumped up to business, which a business flight international back when we were booking those was like $25,000, versus like the $900.
Yeah.
So we would be on that $900 flight, and we got on the leg to Dubai, from Dubai into Kochi where we were flying. We got bumped to business. We were like, yes, but I was so tired, and I fell right to sleep in that beautiful, comfortable, business class.
That's
I
one way
didn't
to
get to
enjoy it, I guess.
Yeah, I just like woke up and it was over.
Yeah, Southwest first class is when you have the exit seat and you have all the leg room.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, apparently they don't lock those doors. Like you can actually just open it. There's
like no shit.
yeah,
At any time.
yeah, you can just open that door, and
We're gonna see a news article.
Yeah.
Curious Kansas City, man.
Curious Kansas City child opens up the door on a flight from Atlanta to Kansas City. I would totally do that
yeah,
too.
yeah,
I'm
he's
the guy,
like,
like,
Kitty's not fucking
good or
telling the
bad.
He
truth.
said.
Good or bad, I'm the guy. Like if there's a button that says "Do not touch," I'm like, I'm pushing that button.
Oh, great.
I was
Sorry,
drunk.
Southwest.
I got cut off at my sister's wedding because and I wasn't even drunk. I was literally just cut off because I said this, and it's true. I want to pull a fire alarm before I die. Like it just looks so fun to just pull it. And I said that I was just talking with someone at the wedding, and I was like, yeah, one day I'm going to pull a fire alarm. And they're like, whoa, they were freaking out. They're like, oh, you're done. I was like, dude, I didn't chill out. I'm sober. I'm not going to pull it now. It's my sister's wedding.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not going to cause a ruckus. However, I want to at some point. Probably not here.
I was like, it's probably not here.
Yeah. And people are like, "Oh, the Aladdin's a perfect situation. Just pull it and just say it was a joke." But
Oh
now
yeah.
I'm on a podcast talking about it, and so that would probably
Yeah.
that'd be bad.
Now
The
they'll know.
FBI is going to be storming in here any second. The
Yeah,
fire
The
marshal.
next vacant building I buy, I'm pulling a fire alarm for sure. So
Oh,
I'll make
man.
sure to
Just
do
testing it.
Yeah, I'm just testing. Just make sure it
I
works.
didn't even
I
think
don't
these worked.
know. I'm just
Testing
trying
and
to-
commissioning.
It's a safety thing, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, that and an airline door at the exit.
Yeah.
That's wild if that's true.
It is. Well, they were saying that because there was something I was watching about why don't people do it? Because I think somebody had recently opened an exit door, some crazy shit. But I guess it makes sense though, because it's an emergency exit, so you don't want to have to call somebody.
Yeah, like, oh, can you unlock it? Like,
yeah, you just pull that lever
I
and
mean,
you.
how many planes have you actually had to use that? I hope
I've-
not many.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Is it
it's-
unlocked in the air?
yeah, you can while you're flying. Those things do not have like a safety mechanism. You just open the door while you're flying. You could do that. There's like this thing about why don't people do it, and it's because I mean it's terrifying. Nobody
Yeah.
would actually do it except Zach. Maybe.
Well, I think it's crazy that there's a lot of people out there that don't like flying. They think it's scary and all that, or yada yada. And it's unbelievable, like all the statistics that show, like if you're in a plane, it's one of the safest places you can be.
Yeah.
Like
Driving.
a car, yeah, you're in a car. That's literally one of the worst places you can be.
Mhm.
I mean, you're literally in a box on 4 wheels filled with gas in a combustion engine.
And
Like
other
that-
idiots with
that-
other boxes. filled with
Yes,
gas.
like going 70 miles an hour.
Mhm.
That's not the most safe thing in the world.
It doesn't stop me from like getting so scared when the turbulence hits, though. I still
Oh,
be
for
like,
sure. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
likelihood's lower, but the severity's higher.
Yeah,
like if
just-
something
just
were to
think-
For
happen.
thinking
sure.
about it.
Yeah, like I guess you could get in a car accident and be hurt, but like, yeah, if you get a plane crash, like you're probably
It's not-
you're fucked.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's bad.
It's a really tough thing to get out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have describe, I guess. So what does Phil say?
Building an airplane while we're flying.
Yeah.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it is. It's people are like, how are you learning how are you doing all this? I'm like, dude, I'm learning as we go. I mean, there's certain things that you just don't know. And that's the goal of always be learning ABL. No matter what you're doing, whether it's development, whether it's mechanical engineering, I mean, literally everything. You're always learning something. You just got to be a sponge.
Yeah. Yeah, and it can be painful sometimes.
Yeah.
The learning.
Yeah. 100%.
What is so what are you flying right back after this?
Tomorrow morning, yeah.
Yeah.
I fly tomorrow morning, and then I'm in Kansas City all next week. And then I go to, what's the date today?
It's
13th.
Okay, so next week I'm in town, and then the week after I go to Indiana, going to play some golf, and then go to the Nebraska versus Purdue game. That'll be a blast.
oh nice.
That'll be a good time. My sister is she does admissions up there.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go see her and watch some quality football, hopefully, and then come back, and then I've got. I feel like I have something in October. I don't know.
My Purdue reminds me. I was talking to my uncle one time. And my family's from Indiana, and we're talking about the firm and how I have a subsidiary office in India, not Indiana. And he was like, because he's Buy American, very, very Buy American. And he's like, why don't you just hire? We got great engineers out of Purdue. Why don't you just hire from there instead? I'm like, yeah, let me just hire 6-figure people.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
You know
easy.
what I didn't realize is Purdue's huge. There's like 50,000 undergrads there. It's
Yeah.
massive.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a state school. I didn't know that.
How many are at Tech?
I want to say it's like around 20,000, but that number's been up last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Nebraska's got like 29,000, I think. I mean, Purdue's it's huge. And they're still really bad at football, and their mascot's freaky.
What is their mascot?
Oh, dude, I'll show you a picture. It's nuts. I swear to God, it's like in my dreams, like my bad dreams, not the good dreams.
I have
yeah.
no idea what this is either. I'd be curious to see it.
Purdue mascot. Dude, he's freaky. Oh my God, it's so scary. Bro, tell me that's not
Oh
great.
God, you're
Tell-
so
Yeah,
me-
turn
tell
it.
me- Yeah, I don't know. Tell me that's
Is that
not.
a face? Like
Yeah, it's just it's Pete. I don't know. It's freaky.
yeah. That's
that
like
a
horror movie.
Yeah, it is. There's gotta have that. There's just one picture. That's
He is
so
like
funny.
Pete the something. Like what's
Purdue Pete. I don't know.
Some budget cuts, I
Dude,
guess, on
somebody,
the mascot.
yeah, somebody that was like in a metal band or something was in
Yeah, like,
charge of.
dude. Tell me that's not like,
Yeah,
like,
that's kind of weird.
yeah.
Is that in a wall? or
yeah, like
something?
it's like spooky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that.
You should embed him in the Aladdin somewhere.
Yeah, like,
Hide.
look at that. Like what?
Hide him in a
Hold
couple
on, put that
walls.
one up there.
Yeah, like no. Look at that.
It looks like Woody from Toy Story gone
yeah,
wrong. or
like
something.
yeah,
like a
Woody on
zombie-
like crack.
Yeah.
yeah. It's, don't mess with that. I'm not. I like Little Red. Little Red's fun.
Oh man, yeah, we got a Ram, VCU, and no football team, so
Undefeated.
yeah, undefeated.
Undefeated.
The
This
old-
first time Nebraska's 2-0 since 2016, which is, I mean, absolutely mind-numbing how bad we've been. When I was a student there, our combined record across the 4 major sports was the worst in program history.
Mm.
So that was fun.
Yeah, that must have been a
Um,
great time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
That's okay. Tech ball's been terrible the last decade, it seems like, anyway. So,
Yeah, I wish I could relate.
yeah, you guys are just so good. You just got a 4.0 undefeated
Yeah.
football team.
I know, right?
Life's good at VCU.
I did. I gotta. I always tell people Carter gives me shit because engineering school, Tech's a great engineering school, and I went to VCU.
I
Cool.
still remember if you look up, actually, I probably shouldn't drop this because then people are going to be like, oh, I'll look it up. But I used to have a YouTube channel, like when I was a kid. Like
Oh yeah,
10.
we're totally gonna look that up.
And there's a video of me after VCU beat KU in March Madness. It was 2012, I believe. Fact check me. No, it was not 2012.
What's your YouTube
Yes,
channel?
it was. I don't know how to, it's not mine anymore because I don't know how to delete them. I think just look up Zach Mulzer on YouTube.
I'm going
and
to.
You'll find it.
We're gonna do it.
Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, it's the title of it is KU Sad Lose because I lot like yeah.
KU.
Yeah, just go here. I think scroll down. I'm not going to help you find it, so
Well, you
it's all on you.
you just gave me.
So like click that my profile right there.
Oh, this one here.
Yeah, which I don't know how to get rid of everything. And go to videos maybe. Those are my playlists for like songs.
Oh, videos.
Coffee toothpaste.
All right, see, it's not on there. That's good. That means so much. See, that's the account I had that was supposed to be private for school stuff, but I literally have no idea where the other one is, and I'm
Oh,
not
that's a
mad about
shame.
it.
Oh, I was gonna do it right now. We could have watched it together with everybody. That'd have been fun.
I get it. I've got a video on YouTube called Halo Reach Parkour. I set up a flip camera and filmed the TV of us playing Halo and jumping over shit. We're like 10 years old. So.
I've got ton. I mean, there's like 30 videos on there, and they're all very traumatic.
Well, we gotta get those. That's a sad thing that you took them down.
I didn't take them down. I don't know where it's at. I just don't know what channel it is. Oh God, did someone find it?
No,
I think Phil's on it.
Phil.
No.
Oh, Joey Rodriguez. He's talking about the basketball team. 2012 for us. We were at Final Four. VCU
Yeah.
made it, and that was
I know. Yeah, you guys beat KU. It was depressing. It was Shaka Smart and his bald little head.
yes.
Oh, Shaka gives me nightmares too.
Yeah. Where did he go after?
He's at he went to Texas and then he got canned from there, and
Yeah.
now he's at Marquette.
Mm.
At Marquette now, and he has hair. So that
Yeah,
happened.
Shaka Smart. He grew his hair out. So wait, he was shaving his hair that whole time?
I don't pretend to know about another man's hair problems. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he definitely has hair now. It's like an afro.
Oh my god. So if you see Bob out there, you gotta tell him to come and riff with us.
All right, yeah. He gives a keynote here at like 11, I think.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, like 11.
Okay, we'll just keep it set up and see if we can catch him before he.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
No.
Yeah, Bob's always looking drippy. He's definitely the best dressed, always.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. And the
Dapper.
shoes are always matching everything. It's nice.
Yeah, the Gucci.
Yes, sir.
Cool, man. Well, I guess we'll let you get in there and do your thing.
Yeah, this was fun. I like being able to just hop on and talk.
Yeah, the one that we did when you first came here, I'll have to get to mixing that and send you some
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that
pumped.
was
that was good.
get some reels on that
Oh, it was
before.
raw. It was just raw. It was really get off the plane, or no, get off the golf course, get all stuff here, and then just dive in and talk
What
about
did you hit? What how was your game?
I shot a 79 that day with Round Clubs, so I was okay with that.
Crazy, man.
Yeah,
That's just insane.
yeah, the Round Clubs were tough.
When did you start playing?
Like 9, 9 or so.
Yeah.
It was funny. My dad, I was really good at basketball growing up. People are like, they look at me now and they're like, how the hell were you good at basketball? It's like, just trust me. I have camcorders, videos, all that. But I played this team called MoCan. It was Missouri, Kansas, but MoCan Elite. I played basketball growing up from like 2nd grade all the way up through 8th grade. And my dad sat me down one day, and I was like, I kept getting worse because everybody else kept growing and I was not. So I got from 3rd grade to like 5th grade, I wasn't tall, but I wasn't short. But 7th grade, I was like, tiny, tiny. My dad sits me down in 8th grade. He goes, Zach, you have a better chance of owning an NBA team than ever playing for one. So you should probably focus more on golf. And I was like, all right, that's probably fair. So quit playing basketball, started taking golf a little more seriously. And yeah.
That's a hell of a story.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I was like, all right, fine. But I was telling Matthew the other day when we were playing, I was like, I genuinely believe, and I know a lot of people will disagree with this, but I genuinely believe that having the ability to go out on a golf course and at least make your way around a course is huge for business.
Oh yeah.
I've closed so many deals. I've raised millions of dollars on the golf course.
Yeah.
And I get invited. I'm going to play Pebble Beach with a debt broker in November. Like it's because I golf. I'm competent and I'm fun, but mostly that I'm a competent golfer.
Yeah.
It's a blast.
Yeah,
you can meet so many people on the golf course.
It's wild. It's true, and I'm not a competent golfer, and I wish I had started earlier than.
It's hard. It is the one thing about golf that is, I think, I wish it was. There's no way around it, but it is. It's not very accessible if you don't really grow up in it. It's hard to say, okay, I'm going to go learn how to play golf and be competent at it. The time that it takes to do so, unless you're just a natural athlete, the time it takes to get halfway decent, the money, but more so the time. I mean, it's not like you can just go and hit range balls every day. Like I don't have time to really golf right now.
Yeah.
The time and all that commitment, it's crazy. And it's so frustrating. You just want to jump off a bridge.
Yeah, it's hard not to throw the club.
Yeah,
that
for sure.
feeling of like,
yes. Yes, that happens every once in a while with me too. I've learned like over the past like 3 years, it's funny. Like I used to play more aggressive golf because I was younger and I was like, oh, I'm gonna no layup, no ball. Now I play more strategic golf, and I tell myself I'm not allowed to get mad because I'm not as good as I used to be. I'm just having fun.
What's your best game? What's the most legendary game?
I mean, in high school I was like a +3. I think I've shot 66 a couple times. I mean, I was good, but now don't get me wrong, I'm still good compared to the average player, I guess, but I'm not like that, so I can't get mad anymore.
That's crazy.
It is.
Were you play for a team in high school?
Yeah. My high school, we had a team. And then I was gonna go play golf at Washburn in Kansas City. Technically, it's in Topeka, but last minute, I was like, I'm good. I always wanted to go to Nebraska, go Big Red. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go to Nebraska. I'm gonna do what I want.
I remember being like jealous of my friends in high school that were on the golf team, and I was a skateboarder, so I never, I would always just hurt my shins trying to skateboard instead of golf. But I was like, man, I should have learned. I knew then. I was like, I should learn. I should go ahead and do that. I
was a demon in high school. I literally it'd be lunch period. I would leave and I would just go to the golf course and I would skip 5th, 6th, and 7th period. I'd get a bunch of tardy passes and emails and stuff. I'd be like, what? Check my grade. And they're like, yeah, but you're not showing up to class. I was like, cool.
Oh, that's the worst.
If I'm doing the work and I'm turning everything in, why the hell would I need to be here? Like, I'm going to go work on my golf game.
Have you seen the Tyler, the Creator, Thurnis skit?
Maybe.
He's like this old dude who's like a golfer, and I'll send it to you. It's hilarious.
Okay.
I love it.
Yeah, that's funny. Tyler, the Creator, he's hilarious.
Yeah. He's talking. He's like, all I do is fucking golf. And he's just like, it's like this stupid little skit. He's at a golf course.
Have you seen Robin Williams skit on golf?
Yeah, like the Scottish accent thing. Yeah.
Oh, I got an idea. Let's put a flag out there to give you a little hope. Oh, so you just do it one time? Fuck no. 18 damn times.
I haven't seen that.
Pull up right now. It's funny. It is hilarious. Robin Williams golf skit. It's so funny.
A watch together. Robin.
Is that thing copywritten? We're gonna get busted.
No, you're good. You're good.
Golf scene.
Don't worry about it.
We'll have to watch the Tyler, the Creator one offline. That one's kind of.
Robin Williams golf. I think this is it.
I think it probably is too.
Hey, oh, like a bowling thing. Fuck no! Not straight. I put shit in the way. Like trees and bushes and high grass, so you can lose your fucking ball and go whacking away with a fucking tire iron. Whacking away, and each time you miss, you feel like you're gonna have a stroke. Fuck, that's what we'll call it. A stroke, because every time you miss, you feel like you're gonna fucking die. Oh, great. Oh, and here's a bit of part. Oh, fuck, this is brilliant. Right near the end, I'll put a flat piece with a little flag to give you fucking hope. But then I'll put a pool and a sandbox to fuck with your ball again. Ah, you'll be there trashing your ass, jerking away in the sand. And you do this one time. Fuck no! 18 fucking times!
Oh God, that's a good one.
That was nice.
That was a good one.
Oh man, that's the first time a podcast we did a watch together on a video.
Yeah, that is a great skit. That was a great skit.
Cool, man. Well,
Thanks for letting me come and riff and get on the chat. Excited to hear the first sit down that we had, and I'll see if I can get Bob in here.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, man.
Bob's
Gotta
a
get
busy
on
guy.
that.
Bob's
I
a
know.
busy guy.
I also was like maybe on the way, we'll catch him for a little bit. He'll be streaming, people
Yep.
see him.
Love it.
I gotta get the air horns
Yeah.
because we're not hungover, so it's totally fine to hear the
Uh-huh.
really loud clapping and air horns. All right, Zach, see you next time. brother.
All
See you,
right. See you guys. That Robin Williams is the fun.
tuning in.
How to do this podcast equipment, how to get free margaritas. What else?
Yeah. And Jerry, is that your name? Okay.
Yeah,
Jerry
Good.
Metcalf.
Record.
that's it.
All right, here we go. All right, Blueprint Tour.
Season
Season
3
three
episode.
episode,
Like
fill in the
something.
blank.
10,
Yeah.
Oh, we have
15.
you guys have seasons?
Yeah, we're on season
Wow. How do you decide what how do you do your seasons?
3. We kind of make them up as we go.
It's just like this whole
Like
entire thing.
wait, did seasons because you took a break? So now you start like have a certain number of episodes for a season, or
It's not a perfect science. We decided to make season 3 dedicated to the CREi Summit, just as an idea. So the
Ah.
first season was a motif of
Coordination.
coordination and construction, and we just talked about that with that was more focused in on the subcontractors, the architects. Then we talked to those kind of folks. We actually talked to like a land use guy, or but then we went into season 2 with design, and so that was a little bit more just talking to people that are. We even talked to like a branding expert that helps people get the branding integrated into the buildings and the spaces, and
oh,
so
nice.
that was pretty cool. And then season 3, this totally just got invented 2 weeks ago on a Spaces call with Ken Ashley. He was on it. And I was like half joking, like, hey, why don't we set up our podcast while we're there and just talk to
And
people?
he was like, sure.
Yeah. We
He's
were like,
kind of awesome like that,
okay.
isn't he?
Yeah, oh,
Right?
he's totally
he
hot-
like makes it happen. Like if you think it, and then by the time you say it out loud, it's done.
yeah. I totally didn't expect it to be a real thing. And he was very accommodating. He helped us. And Jamie, who's the coordinator, she's been great. And so suddenly here we are. We even just showed up, didn't really even know where we'd be recording. And we pointed to this couch and we're like,
And you guys have just like been here.
yeah, yeah.
And so season 3 is focused on brokerage, maybe,
But
or
season 3, what we're going to think, maybe social media influencer, something around that world. We're making it up as
or
we
maybe
go.
it's going to be like focused on like the relevance of brokerage to what you guys do.
That is true. That is a good point. That's kind of why we started reaching out to folks like Ken. I think Carter and you must have talked about that a little bit last night,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So why don't y'all riff on?
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's interesting how, so we were talking last night, like I was getting to know what you do. It's the irony for everyone is I don't know, like I'm like, so for people who know who Jerry Metcalf is, I was a luxury real estate agent for 20 years. And I've got the Jerry Metcalf podcast where top real estate agents tell how they do it. That kind of, as you guys have learned about podcasts, they really put you on the map.
Mhm.
They create amazing opportunities and friendships, and any friendships you make, it just like levels it up times 100, and you learn things you'd never thought you would learn. But long story short, that's Jerry Metcalf, luxury real estate agent from Sotheby's International Realty. And
Mhm.
here we are talking about commercial. But like what Carter and I were talking about last night was the relevance of what you guys do with the engineering and the plans that you're drawing. And you're talking to brokers, and a lot of times brokers are like, well, you've got nothing to do with that. And I'm like, what?
Mhm.
Like, I think there's so much in brokerage that's so relevant to what you guys are doing. So Carter, you want to like, do we call that riffing? See, this is where I need to
Yeah.
get more
Yeah,
up
we
today.
riff.
Like,
We like the riffs.
like riff with me, like as far as, because I was asking you a million questions last night. I was probably dequalifying myself as a guest, and you still had me on. So thank you.
No,
This is fun.
It's fine. I mean, we're at dinner talking about we would cold call brokers sometimes and tell them what we do, and they're just like, we don't really have anything to do with you. And our big question is why. Our drawings represent close to a third, sometimes more, of construction costs for tenants, and sometimes it's too late. You were talking about land use development, maybe a better brokerage for us to kind of target because no building's been built yet, so we can kind of get in early.
Well, a few things. That's where like we're gonna learn out loud. I think for because people listening, you're probably gonna have a lot more brokers listening now, but your clients probably listen to you, the guys in construction and development. So like the stuff we were talking about last night, just talking from, so even though I was a luxury agent I was a real estate agent, I still have a license, but now I'm consulting real estate agents as a result of the podcast. So I'm doing a lot of work with my husband, Greg Metcalf, who's a tenant rep, and he figured out finally that, might know something about the stuff or marketing. But anyway, where we're going with this conversation is when we're looking at like what brokers do and what you guys are doing, like the thing about brokers is like, like the kind of the cliche thing about real estate brokers is it's like, okay, like, what do I say? Like, I got to pick up the phone and dial and call people to get a deal. And then you guys are doing the same thing. And these brokers who are trying to call people to get deals get a call from you. And I'm going, okay, the best time to get in on a deal is way before it ever happens. Like once people, it's kind of like buying stock. Like if everybody knows it's a good stock, it's not anymore.
Yeah.
So like the best way to get in front of a deal, like when you walk in to do a deal, it's not about going in and doing your big presentation. I mean, you better have that. It better be good. But the really good thing about it is you might know your presentation, but it's getting and knowing that deal before it happens. Well, guess who knows about deals before they happen? I think you guys kind of do. Because you're
Yeah, well,
right?
architects are also great resources because the developer will call an architect, and if you're an engineer like us that have really close relationship with the developers we work with, we'll get called too. Like Duke Dotson's local in our area. He's been on our podcast a couple times, and him and Adam and his team will sometimes call us and get an over under on. They're looking at something. What do I do with this? An example is they redeveloped adaptive reuse and wanted to put a restaurant in a space. And so a mechanical engineer, I come in there and I just like, they're like, what are we looking at? I was like, just don't touch anything. And don't add a hood. Don't add a hood here.
Or walls.
Or walls, and you won't have to change your mechanical. But the moment you add a hood or this type of equipment in your kitchen, you're going to kill the budget. And so it was important for him on the underwriting, like making the deal work. They had a very limited budget and making it pencil. And that's why they'll call us in that situation.
Okay, so another thing, so I was talking to Carter about this last night. I'm like, I'm always like, you guys are in the world of being engineers and drawing the plans, and I'm in the world of like, where's the opportunity? Or I was, I guess I still am for my clients, but where's the problem? Where's the deal? Where's the problem? And where do I put people in place that not to sound like too much of an opportunity, but they do tie me to the deal.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at doing a real estate deal, like let's say you're a landlord rep. So you've got a deal, you're like, for example, office is supposedly no longer relevant. So you've got an office building that people are trying to sell, but it's not going to sell as an office building. It's probably going to sell as a multifamily, maybe residential, maybe a hotel. When that process, as a broker, I need to know you guys. So I understand if I'm, depending on how raw I'm selling the deal, when I'm trying to sell the deal, the buyers aren't interested because it's going to take them 6 months to get the plans done. But I can get it done in 2 weeks with you guys if I know you guys and I know that. So as a broker, you're going to help me do the deal. And then once you help me do that, you're going to be called on by other guys who don't have a broker, who now I get introduced. Maybe let's edit this out and let me get back in real estate and not tell anybody our secret.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll take this.
Never mind.
Don't share this idea. Everything
no
we
more
said.
Consulting for me. My stuff's too good.
If you're just tuning in, what we're talking about is bad ideas and don't do anything you just heard. So
that's right. That's right. Don't replay whatever we just said. Don't listen to it. You don't want to hear that.
Getting as early into the deal as possible is I think the name of the game for anybody in the industry, honestly, and that's.
But they don't remember that.
Yeah,
they don't remember that. Like anyway.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we always will pitch the idea like we represent a third of the cost. We specify why not have me on speed dial? Like even if you're just thinking about a deal, just call me. And if you're on Twitter, I always tell people on Twitter, DM me on Twitter because I'll help. I mean, if you're just looking at it, we've done this for so long. I can tell you yes or no on this is going to destroy what you think the HVAC budget will be or not, very quickly. Because we've done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these projects. And so there's value there and you just build that trust. If it turns into a project, then it does.
So this is something interesting. So Carter and I were talking last night. You brought up again, like the HVAC. Apparently that's a big deal in the cost of construction.
Oh yeah. In commercial construction, everybody thinks they can, our joke is a 5-ton unit will be fine. 4 ton.
4 ton.
Well, yeah, they'll say 5-ton because they don't know that there's that code requirement for the.
Well, it's not illegal to be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
See? He listens.
I love that.
Nailed it.
All right, can you just come and be on my podcast too? Like every day, every time we have an interview, you're just gonna have to. You're gonna have to get into luxury real estate. You're just
yeah,
gonna
we'll give you the
now,
horn
I'm
button.
like, obviously, I'm expanding into like for some background too. I think what's fun about this is before I did the luxury, I don't want to give away my age, but maybe I'll accidentally do that. So about 20 something years ago,
Mhm.
I was a broker and it was nobody, I was like 27.
Mhm.
Nobody wanted to do a deal with me because like I'm 27.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like there's even more to that story where you're really not interested in working with me. But you know what you can always do? You can always find land. You
Mm.
always find land and study zoning and know like around where we're sitting right now in Ponce Highland, the land that you would look for was RG2 zoning. So like anything that was RG2, you could convert it from commercial, it was supposedly industrial zone, and you could convert it into high density residential and nobody even knew what was going on. Now,
Okay.
is that relevant to this or not?
Absolutely.
Right?
No, this is fascinating. So what does RG2 mean? What is that?
So that's an industrial zoning that's based on heated square feet. So it was RG2. Now this is 20 something years ago. So around here, I would go, there would be land, there'd be parcels of land everywhere. And I had he actually owned an electric company here, but he grew up here. And so he kind of just knew the land, and he had a mom who actually would, because he grew up with not much. He remembers like living around here and stealing cars and thinking it was funny.
Oh,
And
jeez.
so
Yeah.
anyway, I don't even know if now I don't know if he's going to kill me if I say his name, or maybe he won't because he's so much fun. But anyway, so he grew up, his mom would own a home here and rent rooms out to girls who would live here. So he was kind of like, this real estate thing's interesting. But anyway, fast forwarding from all of that, in that, when I met him, we would identify, there are a few little multifamily deals here that we put together, and we would put property under contract and flip it. But the key was understanding what was easy to flip. So finding deals that had the right zoning meant that we could use the real estate on it and build more where other people thought you couldn't, or we could tear it down and we could flip it for someone else to do that. But we knew what we could do with the land. So this is going to become relevant to you. If I understand the zoning of a property, like there's a house on it.
Yeah.
But it's zoned RG2. So now all of a sudden I can have an industrial site. I can have multiple properties on it. I condo it. I mean, not to get too far into the weeds, but
No, that's fine.
if I can look at a parcel of land and see that it's got like 5 options, it's got a house on it. So I think it's residential. But when I understand the zoning, all of a sudden that zoning gave you 2 or 3 options or more. And if you do an assemblage, now you've assembled a certain, we would assemble as well. Now all of a sudden you might have 5 opportunities you know about. So where that is relevant is when you're looking at site plans, you're looking at engineers like you guys. If I know who can work fast and get it done when I'm flipping these deals, because we would identify these properties, and we would sometimes even find one guy who would start to work on it and flip it again. But having the guys that know, like I would package it and say, hey, this is what you can do with it. But I didn't have your ability. Like think about somebody who you do what you can do, because what you're doing is buying the time to convert the property to what's really marketable and what people will pay for.
Yeah, so you're just reducing the risk of that land play, right? So
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, and well,
well, your information.
The zoning knowledge is valuable. That's what Charlie in our market, they're a big part of zoning and planning experts. They're fixers. They're the Richmond, Virginia fixers. That's what I call them. He hates that he is that, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't want to be a fixer? That's the guy who makes all the money and gets to stay behind the scenes.
He's right in the middle of it. He fixes craziest permitting problems you've ever heard of, and they get involved with it, and so they'll call us sometimes. But
there you go.
The zoning is matching that zoning with the code knowledge is a good play, especially when you're trying to package up and bundle a deal and sell it, because zoning tells you where you can do it, and the building code tells you how you can do it, and engineers are the how you can do it part, and then the zoning is the where can you do it. And so you combine that and just collaborate, you can basically just take ideas and print money with them if you know how to work the land like you're describing. So can we back up and get a little more technical? This area you're saying was that industrial, and you were were you a part of orchestrating?
So I was not really, I was really behind the scenes. I was the 20-something-year-old kid that I had people would come to me and say, hey, by the way, we just want to convert that. Or I own some land here, we're going to sell it. Or, oh, we need to identify properties. So I would go identify, and basically I would just get on the phone and start talking to certain homeowners and just talk to them about, hey, would you be opposed to selling? And that's where I learned how to. I don't know if you guys noticed what I just did, but I didn't say, would you sell your property?
Are you opposed to selling? I like that. We
Hey,
need to learn these tricks.
would you be offended if we brought an offer?
Yeah.
Like when you ask them that, they'll, because everybody's asking them to do something like, hey, would you sell your house? Would you
Yeah.
hire, I'm a great broker. Maybe you'd hire me. Everybody wants that guy.
Yeah.
So I learned at that young age to not get rejected, because you get rejected a lot. Hey, would you guys be opposed to, would you be offended if we brought you an offer?
Yeah. That reminds me of Beth Azar. I asked her on Twitter, hey, what do you recommend for engineers and cold calling? Because we are engineers, and so we hate like that. We don't do that.
Me too. That's why I learned these things so well, because I don't like the rejection and I don't like cold calling at all.
There's a TED talk called 100 Days of Rejection or something like that. And this guy goes around for 100 straight days and does things that he knows people will reject. He'll like go to Taco Bell or something and say, hey man, do you mind if I have 100 free tacos? And
Taco refill.
Yeah. Can I get taco? He'll ask something that it's absurd and he's going to get a no and then work to say, and persuade, maybe I can get a yes. Another example, he knocks on somebody's door and asks, do you mind if I go pick some flowers in your backyard? And, and she was like, no, you can't do that. And then he's like, well, why? Do you mind if I ask why? And she said, well, because I have a dog. I don't want you to get hurt. My neighbor, she would be fine with it though. And so he got a yes, but he started by like intentionally asking questions that are going to get a no first to practice lightheartedly with low stakes and low risk.
Well, like you're not attached. It's like the magic is like not being attached to the outcome.
Yeah.
So I'll give you some more. So first of all, when you ask for something like that, if you want, like we're so used to salespeople in our mind, our job is to get people to say yes to stuff, but it's really not. Our job is to help people solve a problem that they don't have a solution for. What's that?
I meant to do that one. I hit the wrong button. The record scratch actually was pretty good too. I like that.
Lonnie's gonna love this. You hitting the wrong button.
Oh my god!
Sorry.
I'm sorry, y'all. That breakfast, it was like the coffee. Anyways, getting to me. But it's solving a problem that people don't have a solution for. So if I come to you trying to think about the higher the net worth or the more they have going on, which is usually the people we're working with, the more they've got everybody coming at them trying to get something out of them.
That's true.
So if I ask you anything that I obviously want you to say yes to, you're just one more of those. You just gave me another problem.
Like, oh, great.
Yep.
And I've got all these problems. I'm looking for solutions for it. And so you just gave me one more problem. Now, you know what? You became somebody I need to get away from.
Yeah, that's so true. I feel it too. And I'm not that person, but we still, as a business, we still have a lot of inbound, like cold, just too much hard sell. It's like, I don't want to have that.
So cold calling, like I'm kind of opposed. I'm like, actually, I shouldn't say I'm opposed to it, because people will say, well, I know you're opposed to cold calling. No. You know what I'm opposed to? I'm opposed to scripting people and dialing people for no good reason and asking them questions in a way that gets your phone number blocked and they find you offensive, when really you probably were a huge, like the client I was just telling you about that I did a lot of we flip deals around here for. People started realizing what he was doing because of what we did. If people would come and say, hey, they would start positioning and propping him to do deals. And he's like, just call Jerry. Just call Jerry Metcalf. Like, until you can do that, get away from me. Because I was making him more money than he thought possible. But the whole way that went about, that's another story. But I was just curious. That was a cold call that I was just super curious to learn. And that fast forwarded into a relationship where he realized, oh, wait, like you kind of are smart and get it and you have time. We can do these deals together. Yeah. But back to what you're talking about getting like on the cold calls. So I have something called the 9 rules. Rule number 1 is go for the no.
Yeah. Okay.
But on cold calls, first of all, you got to know the rules, but there's something called a 627. Well, that's what I do. It's my 627. My clients do this. So before you make the call, because here's the deal. When you cold call, it's not about cold calling. It's about developing the relationship for what the guy needs. Like this whole conversation, to make sure we stay relevant to our listeners, besides the cold calls we want to do, is that like when the people are looking at working with you guys, what you do, you're not just guys who are drawing plans for people. You're solving all of these other problems that actually you're a bigger opportunity for a broker, for example, than what I think they realize. You're the opportunity for the guy in construction, the guy in development, but it's the broker that's putting those guys together. And when they know that they've got somebody that's solving a problem in 2 weeks and not 6 months, and they can be the introduction to that construction guy, like you became the reason they could win that deal and probably make more money, a lot more money on that deal than you guys are. So what I just did was the 627, before you make the call, there's 6 questions you ask. There are 3 about the person you're calling, 3 about yourself. And then there are 2 things you will need to say. And then there are 7 accelerators after that that are going to, if the conversation, if you, part 2, the 2 essentials, if they engage, there's 7 accelerators to the conversation. But usually people come into a conversation trying to accelerate it when the person they're called isn't ready for that.
Yeah, I've done that. I've fallen for that myself. I'll just go throw up at the mouth and like get nervous and just say way too much. And it could be a good call at first, and then I just go straight to some acceleration. It sounds like what you're talking about. And then they're like, okay, cool. Well, I'll see you later. Adam Klein on Twitter, who's now follows us and stuff. I recovered. You know, it was my first call to him. And he's going to be on the podcast because he's like, all right, Kenny, you're persuasive.
Awesome.
I'll be on, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
But it's, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you on that.
No,
but
you didn't.
I've been there. I can totally relate to skipping ahead, and not intentionally. For me, it's usually just the nerves get to me, and then I don't know what to do, or I'm uncomfortable with silence or something weird, you know?
Right. So like to that, when you guys work with people, one of the biggest problems that you solve for people is the fact that you're getting plans done in 2 weeks that would otherwise take 6 months or more.
Yeah, for sure. And on our website, you can get a price by punching in the square footage. So you don't even have to call us to get an RFP. You can just say, hey, I got office 20,000 square feet, and hit enter. It'll give you a price and a proposal. So like a lot of times engineer might take 2 weeks just to get you the proposal. So
now who came up with which one of you guys came up with that?
I mean, it's been all of us, but I started the company.
It sounds like it was Kenny or Carter at least wants to make, you don't want to take credit for anything.
I came up with a lot of the ideas, but
where are the
Carter
sound effects? We need a sound effect for that one.
Phil is on here. He's listening in as well. He's
hey, Phil.
The 3 of us and some of the team also in our coaching side have just been integral and to continue to develop the idea. But the Permazip, the brand, the idea was a result of me getting a job when I first got my license as like side work, and I'm realizing, man, these developers are hiring me. They know I'm a moonlighting engineer. Is there really no other options in like a smaller project marketplace type thing? This was strange. So I just kind of toyed with the idea of what if I could just get lead flow from like a quote, these smaller projects. Like, I don't really care. It's dollar cost average. What if I'm under a couple thousand, whatever, I'll just tune the algorithm. And it was a lead flow idea. And then suddenly people just started using the little instant quote app. And
supply and demand. They couldn't even get even a general estimate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pricing in this industry.
Like, what is the problem that people can't solve, and you're solving it like right away?
Yeah.
And how do you get that in front of people? Are people just find it on the website, or is that part of your conversation on the phone? Or
it's a good question. Like right now, between guests, when we go between guests, we have a little splash screen that says, "Hey, we'll be back while you wait. Get a free price on MEP in seconds." Permazip.com, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or the podcast, or just networking. But I don't have the skills or the know-how to actually try to mobilize some sort of marketing campaign larger. It's mostly organic, just relationship stuff. Once people find it.
Or when you make the cold call, it could be part of that conversation.
Yeah. So the 7 accelerators, I meant to go back to that.
Yeah.
What does that look like? So you've gone the 3 questions about yourself.
We were talking about engineering. You guys actually want to talk about that?
Yeah. Cool. This is the
right.
Yeah. Well, we're engineers. So the reason for the podcast for us is we're engineers, and we want to dive into the other parts of the industry we don't know about, because we believe if we understood it, we'd become better consultants ourselves. Like, we knew what happened with land deals and zoning and things that we've talked about, or even this cold call. Like, we could train our engineers to be better. We could teach other engineers how to do these things that we learn.
So when you guys make a cold call, who do you typically, you make them? Oh, by the way, so I'm supposed to be ready at 10:55.
What time is it?
What time is it?
10:58.
Oh God, I'm late.
Okay.
We can. So I'm going to send you. My website is Breakthrough Luxury, which sounds like not the website for this show, but it's breakthroughluxury.com. If anybody just wants to find me, but we'll do another interview. And let's talk. Like, you come on my show. I've got the Jerry Metcalf podcast for top real estate agents.
That'd be awesome.
But I'll come to you and we'll talk more about it. You guys are awesome. This has been great. Thank you.
See you
Cool,
later.
cool.
Appreciate
See
you
y'all
stopping
soon.
by.
Thanks, Jared.
Thank you.
Cheers. That was fun. Good luck.
That's bad. And I was sitting there going, oh my God, this is so
Hey, Phil. All right, Midune. Hey, Phil, is that Phil?
What's up?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, what up? Can you hear me?
Oh, hey. I'm trying to do it on here. He wants to talk. Can you hear me? Phil?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hello, hello.
I don't
You can
hear
hear me.
Midun. I can hear you, yes.
Oh yeah, Midune's not in here yet. I'm trying to get him in here. Wait, is there a crazy delay or something?
Say something.
Later, is there a delay?
It seems like there is. There's not a delay on my side. I'm seeing you in real time, but I guess so.
The audio is off. Weird.
My audio seems to be delayed to you.
Maybe are you just listening slower?
Yeah, I think it's because I'm listening slower.
Maybe I'm just here. Damn it, this sucks because every time I start talking, you finally hear what I said and so on and so forth. Try to just like leave and rejoin or something. Maybe I was gonna bring Midune in and talk about the project. All right, here he comes. Oh no, wait, that might have been Phil. Phil?
Yep. Check, check.
Oh boy, it still sounds like crazy delay. That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
All right, Madoon, come on. It might be on our side, yeah. Because look how long it's taken to download that PDF. Heritage Road? Which one's that? Oh, yeah.
Hello, check.
There he is.
Hey,
Madoon.
man. What's up?
Welcome to the live stream. This is how we're gonna talk about projects today, because I can't.
Yeah.
I can't leave
Live
to.
review.
Yeah, do a live review. All right. So, which one do you want to talk about first? You said the spec building 2. That one's going out. Oh no! Is there an audio issue? Midun, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Like, I was watching through X also, like it's giving me a delay, so I just closed it off.
Oh, gotcha.
Right. So,
All right. So I got my screen up.
mhm.
I'm looking at
Heritage.
Spec Office 2. I guess we can start that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we got 2 RTUs
Yep.
with 2 5 ton and a 3 ton.
3 ton. Yeah,
And
but
did
the
they
5 ton.
specifically say that they want these, or is there a shell package?
Yeah. So the 5 ton is like a kind of shell package. Like they need that exactly the equipment. The 3 ton is like we specified the 3 ton.
The 5 ton. Can you mute that little droppy thing? The 5 ton exists. No. Can you say that again?
The 5 ton equipment, they have it with them. I'm not sure like that's an existing
Or
equipment.
they already own it?
Yeah, they are already on it.
Okay. We may need to clarify this is it an owner furnished contractor installed thing, or because right now if this goes out as is, it appears that they're pricing it, there would be
Mhm.
needing to price this 5 ton unit. It sounds like it's going to be furnished to them by somebody, and that the contractor is responsible for installing it. And this is the model number they gave us, I guess.
Yeah,
Short
exactly.
comfort.
Sure comfort.
Gotcha. 0.8 inches static. Wow. All right.
Yeah,
outside air.
I like to bring your attention to this thing because these buildings are like 38 feet tall, and
Oh,
the
wow.
office space we are in, like its ceiling is like 10 feet.
Yeah, so the
You know.
duct is going to have to go down.
Yeah,
like in a
so
duct
what I
feed.
did, like I just offset it towards the wall and just drop it there. You can see that. You are sharing a different project, I guess. I'm looking at the heritage one.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had. There we go. Should be the right one now.
Yeah, so you can see that like the unit and the ductwork are like offset. So it's offset towards the wall,
Right here.
Yeah.
This is strange. So this is where it's going down. We're 10 feet off the edge of the wall.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
is this edge of the wall not the same wall as this, or is this like a canopy overhead or something?
No, like they have to come into the building and just offset it towards the wall and drop it, so that it's not straining that up.
Oh.
A vertical duct just goes in the middle. So I thought like we could offset it towards the wall and they can just frame it or like screw it on the brackets or something.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see where that offset happens though.
Yeah, we can show that. I'll show that as like a dotted line or something somewhere in the roof. Or,
Yeah, maybe a dotted line underneath here or something.
Yeah, I have added the
directly
note.
under the
You can look
roof.
at the note 5.
Okay. Yeah, the picture would probably say 1,000 words.
Yeah,
but
I'll
RT
make
located
that.
on the roof is shown for reference. Offset supply. Return toward the exterior wall and drop the contractor field coordinate. Yeah, that's good. But definitely show like a little dotted so that people can see
definitely.
schematically. Here we're tied to the roof, and then we dive down, go over, and then all right, cool. And so that sounds like we have plenty of space between the ceiling and the roof.
Yeah.
Okay, and then a little break room zone. Let's see. Oh yeah, same thing. You're doing the same thing on the other one, right?
Yep.
It looks like
same thing. Same thing.
Offset.
Yep. So the 3 ton which we specified, I made it like two stage equipment.
Okay. Well, nice. Somebody
one which
may value engineer it, but
the 5 ton they gave us.
So we're doing demand control ventilation.
Yeah. I think there's a small delay, but the fight and they which
Okay,
they gave
sorry.
is like a single stage one. But as it's just an open office, the kind of working will be like at the same time, like 9 to 5 or something. So single stage will be probably fine. But the break room and the other area, like it'll be often used,
Yeah.
so stage equipment will be good, I guess.
Yeah, that and even just being on a separate zone is good.
Yeah,
This break
yeah,
room because the load will change from everybody being here to everybody being
yeah,
here.
yep,
So even if it was single stage, it would probably be fine, but two stage, it'll
yep.
be good. All right, exhaust fan. Oh, we're
I just
sidewalling. Is this a
yeah.
zero lot line or anything?
No, we have parking area there, so
Okay, is this this not operable? Is it this window?
those are operable, but it has enough height we can maintain the 3 feet clearance.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can be
Yeah.
up above, and
Yep.
and since it's such a tall building, they can
Yeah,
discharge it
yeah,
way high.
yeah.
Do we have anything saying that like that we want it to be discharged up at some height? Because the code, what is it, like 15 feet or 20 feet or something, and then the exhaust discharge into the public way is not a thing.
But it's not
Um,
public way, right? It's kind of
it's
parking
a
area.
parking area.
Yep.
Yeah, I always get nervous discharging anywhere, honestly.
Yeah.
But like parking, is it somebody going to consider that like where people will walk?
Mhm. Otherwise, we'll have to take all the way up
I'm
to
not
the
sure,
roof,
but
like it's 38 feet above.
yeah, yeah. I don't think anybody's gonna really
Yeah, we just need to maintain
get
3 feet
bent out of
from the
shape
public way,
off
so
me.
3 feet will be fine, I guess.
Yeah, and the problem is like, what does public way even mean? Does it have a definition of codes?
Public way.
Your GRD spec is empty.
Oh God. Oh shit! I just missed that.
(2018) ICC. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, the GRD spec, get that going. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be the worst thing if we just told them to slide. Here's a question about this ductwork.
Mhm.
How much ductwork did it cost us to go sideways? You know, this length of 8-inch duct, would it be all the same to go vertical
Yeah.
instead? With like a roof mounted exhaust or something? Because it's probably the same length of duct to get out here, and if we went to the roof, it would just be like a guaranteed clearance.
Yeah, we can definitely go for a roof mounted down blast fan with kind of 5-inch
Yeah,
or 4-inch. Yeah, I'll change that to that. Cool.
yeah, that'll be, I think, better for maintenance too. Instead of
Mhm.
an inline fan that's like above a ceiling, we'll have the roof mounted down blast. The length of that 8-inch duct is probably about the same as going vertical anyway, so let's
Yeah.
do that, and then we don't have to worry about the clearance for exhaust.
Yep. And
So
I
that and
haven't.
the GRD.
I didn't see any access to the roof, but they have a lot of equipments already in there for the warehouse, so they'll have access to it anyway.
Okay, yeah, they should. I hope so. I like, well, you got your note there, 8. That's good.
Yeah.
For clearance. All right, so those are my comments on that one. Go to
Cool.
the residential. Okay,
Heritage.
so nice. Back to the 2 zones. You gave the dedicated zone to the master suite. Yeah, if you're
Yep.
tuning in listening to this, this is actually a house, and we we started with consulting on 3 separate zones for the house, and we quote value engineered it to 2. I always talk about how comfort is something that is really a function of how much you want to spend. In this particular one, we combined the kitchen with like the guest bedrooms into a zone. You can see here's the air handler and the ductwork serving this open area. Is this is an attic space, right? Midun?
Yeah. Yeah, it's all in attic space.
And so, gotcha. All right,
We'll have to
beautiful.
do a
And we have this
duct
little
going
vaulted
up
ceiling.
here, and these 2 branches it need to be going up. I indicate that. There's a high difference
Okay.
in the ceiling. And also,
Hold
Nova
on.
just said,
I gotta go.
okay, cool. Yeah, sorry.
Midun, are you still there by chance?
Yeah, I'm here.
I won an award,
Wow.
and so
That
my
looks
friend
cool.
texted me, and so they're doing like awards over there, and so my friend texted me while I was in the middle. She's like, "You won, come to the stage," and I was like, "Oh no, what do I do?" So this is my chain that I got.
That looks cool.
Anyhow, sorry to abandon you so quickly. That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna just keep this chain on for the rest of the day.
Is that gold?
Uh, no, not real gold. It's plastic. It's 24 karat. Just
Yeah.
kidding. All right, so we were talking about the residential. Okay, so if you're tuning in, we were talking mechanical engineering, and then I was called to the stage to receive this gold chain award for being the master of the WOVA app. And we were talking about residential. We have 2 air handlers in this particular project. One is serving the dedicated master suite, and the other is for the kitchen and the combined rest of the bathrooms. So this is, you know, a good way to break out this single story zone. But dude, do you have any other questions or concerns on here? It looks otherwise good. It looks like you're
Nothing
even
much.
doing demand control ventilation,
Yeah.
which, you know, they may or may not do. Ooh, thermal load. This is from the new app.
It's from the right suit. It's not new app.
Oh, right.
The HVAC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I do have a
Fancy
question. Like,
checker.
Nova sent us the cut sheet last day, which seems like it's for, AC unit with furnace, but I asked him for the indoor unit specs, and the one he sent is like not readable. So I think we can just
Well,
specify what we have,
you know,
and we can figure it out later, right?
yeah, I agree. You got a 4-ton in here, and
Yeah.
was his a 4-ton or a 5-ton?
He has like bunch of 4 tons and a 3 ton and a 5 ton too. So we can pick any, but
Okay, so what we'll say is, look, you can probably use that 4-ton kind of where we showed it, but I'll let them know what we saw. It looked like it was AC only, and you would need a gas
Yeah.
pack with it, and you don't have gas on site, so we specified a
Yeah.
heat pump.
Yep.
And see what he says. And maybe he wants to. You could do electrical resistive heat, but that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think the one he
4 tons
sent
of
is
heat on
electrical heat
electrical.
coil, like electrical heat coil, and also like the evaporative coil. That's a kind of thing he sent, but I can't read the
How many
model
kW
number.
was the heat?
It's
Oh,
not marked.
okay.
It has a list on it, but it's not clarified on it.
Okay, and then so if we could do that electrical heat, we'd need to know. But heating summary looks like you have like 2 tons of heating in zone 1, and this is the heating in zone 2. So 40. Oh wow, almost every bit of 4 tons for
Yeah.
heating.
Yep.
Capacity required. Interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, let's send it as is. Just tell him like it. He can use this. The ducting wouldn't really change. The same,
Mhm.
roughly the same size fan. So the thing he'd have to coordinate is the electrical. If he goes in that direction, but we want to see something we can read.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, those are good then.
Yeah. So do you have time for other discussions too, other than the projects?
What other projects you got?
Yeah, like we have Secret Cocktail. They are asking for ventilation changes, but I'm not sure like what ventilation change they are expecting us to do.
I think what they're talking about is they're probably referring to the layout of the ventilation, natural ventilation stuff, I guess. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, like
They moved the walls slightly, I guess.
not really. Like we already coordinated that in the previous revision. So I think if they are asking for about the
Alright.
hood ventilator on the roof, they need few options on that, because the one which we specified is like messing up with the lights. But what we concluded was, what I remember is that like we can do that in while doing the revisions. We haven't yet received any comment on mechanical or any other disciplines.
Yeah. Maybe Phil's not on here anymore. If you could just, maybe he should just call her and just say,
Hmm.
do you, it seems like kind of she doesn't really know what she's asking. So maybe he just calls and says, "Look, I saw the email. We're not really sure." Ask him to reach out to her and just get clarification on what they need from
Okay.
us, and then
Yeah.
we'll follow what he finds out.
Yeah. And also the art
Cool.
guy, the sport boot project is asking for the equipment location on the roof. Um, I think he's planning for the solar panels on the roof, and he's also planning to put the condensing unit on the roof too. So he's asking for the locations, but we haven't done anything really because we
Okay,
haven't received the plans yet.
Mr. L. Groves, just get him to hop on here. He's on Twitter. If you're tuning in, we could talk about where you want those units to go. But yeah, no, that's we'll have to figure it out.
Yeah,
I'll give him a
definitely.
call. He's been yelling at me for not calling him, so I'll call him after this afternoon on our drive back because
Okay.
we're about to pick up. They just opened the door, so I'm about to get a bunch of people come in here.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'll call him.
Okay. Cool.
Cool.
That's on my list. And also, you should be calling Tom Winchester.
Oh yeah, Tom Dickey.
Yeah, I'm the key. Yeah.
Okay, so Tom and El Groves are on my list to call.
Okay.
As we're driving, in a couple hours, we'll be back on the road. So let me write that down.
Cool. Yeah. Checker Street, I called the
Okay.
guy, the George guy, and just coordinated. I said I'll be sending the drawings by next week, Tuesday. That's good. Heritage and Phonics is reviewed, so I'll make the changes and I'll just stamp it.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool, man.
All right. So, how is the summit going? Like, you guys are doing the live all the time, or like just watching the summit too?
Yeah, we've been where we are right now. We have the cameras, and it's just open mic.
Uh-huh.
So people come and go through the conference, and we say, "Hey, you want to sit down and chat?" And so they'll sit down. We start recording and picking up some
Yeah.
conversations while we're going. So it's been pretty fun, man. We've talked to a lot of great people out here, people that we follow on Twitter that I'm meeting for the
Cool.
first time here. And I
Okay.
just got my award, of course. I was on
Yeah.
stage with Bob Knackle and like Amy Calandrino and all the other folks that we've met on Twitter. And we talked to Amy yesterday. We're trying to see if Bob, he's like, everybody wants to talk to him because he's a huge broker in the New York City area. So we're trying to get him before he heads out to sit down and have a quick chat with us. So that's actually happening right now. So I'm gonna
Cool.
hop off and see if I can go snag him.
Yeah, man. I'm also getting out.
All right, brother. See ya. All right. We are the conference is wrapping up. We are trying to get some stragglers, but we are going to stay open because there's an opportunity here now that everybody's done to catch a few interviews. So if you're out there, tag Bob Knackle.
Headed out, man.
Great to meet you guys.
Yeah, you too. It was fun, man. We got a bunch of good clips from you. Yeah, that was great. How are you too, brother?
Man, you too. Get some sleep.
All right, we are here. Everybody's kind of heading out, so if you're tuning in, you're on Twitter, go ahead and tag Bob. See if we can get him to go in.
Strip mall guy.
The strip mall guy, if he's here. I think he might have actually left already. I didn't see him in the conference. Bob Knackle, I talked to him yesterday. He said he'd be able to swing in, but you know how it is. He's everybody's, he's a superstar. So if we can snag him for 10, 15 minutes, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, what we're doing is hanging in. Delee said she'll swing by. We're hoping that. And then Tanya also. We'll see if they can hop in. We're just kind of staying open mic, giving opportunity as people are tearing down to hop on the live stream and I guess we can get Phil back in here if it's possible, unless he's on lunch. Also, you may notice that I am wearing this gold chain because I won the award.
Yeah, I was talking to Benoit and saw you frantically run out, and I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And then he got a call, so I jumped off the call with him. I was like, "Oh, we go see where Kenny went." And I saw you standing up on stage. I was like, "Oh, cool. I guess we won an award or something."
It's the WOVA app award. Because I've been on stage. I was looking at the dude,
Mike.
Mike. I got his cell. He gave me his contact. I'm gonna shoot him a text. And
nice. Is that for being in first place?
Yeah, because I overturned him. Oh, I did. That's what I did a survey right before we started, which gave me like 6,000 points. I'm like, I'm gonna snag that. Anyhow, that was fun. Got to be on stage with Bob and Amy, and some folks got a picture with them.
Yeah,
that's where I was trying to snag them, frantically running. So Carter and I, both have had to catch up with our engineering counterparts. So Carter was on the phone, and I was on the phone with Midun live streaming it because that's the only time I could find. And then I see a text. I won an award. I have to go on stage, and so I just throw my headphones off and run. And Midun's probably like, "What the hell is Kenny doing?"
Yeah, I was like, he got a shit or something?"
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. And then Carter, and I come back to Carter, be like, "Hey, wrap it up. We need to try to get Bob." And then he misunderstood, okay, Kenny's gonna go find Bob, and what I meant was we need to go tackle, tag team, try to snag him.
Just Tisa told me, come with me to go find Bob.
And so he deliberately sabotaged it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I am wearing swag now. That was one of the things I got is free swag.
Tight.
Yeah.
Tight.
Summit
Free
hat.
swag is good if it's $25.
Oh, dude, yeah.
That's good.
This was a $25 hat. Beautiful. I got the hashtag CREi Summit, and it's giant enough for my head.
Yeah, that's nice. I might need one a bit bigger, a big head.
So Phil, check Slack, see if Phil is responding to that. He may be away right now, which is unfortunate. This is a critical time right now for us to try to snag people before they head out to the game. And so he's usually our Twitter. You could maybe just go to Twitter itself also, Carter.
Yeah.
and just be snagging people. Yeah, Phil's probably on lunch break right now, which
I
makes
can't
sense.
believe he's not working.
Yeah, so
eating.
this is what happens when you don't plan. Yesterday, when you don't plan, it's absolutely perfect. Today, we actually got some good speakers, but I guess in hindsight, we could have told people, hey, right after it ends, come over, we'll be on the podcast, which is what Dali and Tanya said they'd be doing if they remember. But there's so much networking going on. I could maybe text Phil too. Hold on. And Art, if you're listening, I am going to call you after this.
Swing by and do it. All right, I hit Bob up. So hopefully he'll swing by. Beck and Anya as well. Oh snap! We get a picture. Just two of us in front of that banner. Oh, well. Who we got on?
He's back.
It's back, baby.
Hey, Phil.
What's up?
Is there still a delay? God,
I
that's
don't
annoying.
I think we answered our
Yeah.
question.
check.
Huh?
Say something and I'll answer it immediately.
Hey, Phil.
Hey
Phil,
man,
two
what's
plus
up?
three?
Oh, yeah, there's a
It's
fun
5.
delay. We might pick up Tanya right now.
500. Like that chain,
All
Kenny.
right. Yeah, you don't even
Ready?
know.
All right.
Let's do it.
Enough for you?
Huh?
Is it too noisy?
No, it's
No,
fine.
it's good. All right, Phil. Bye.
Not
Love
too
you.
loud?
No, you'll see.
All right.
Will you take a picture for me? In front of this? Is the lighting okay? It just looks like me.
One will ever know.
People always get us confused, especially both of you from Texas.
Yeah.
And big personalities. Okay, where do you want me?
Okay.
too much junk around me, or is it okay?
Here, this is a shot if you want to see it.
Okay. This is a low seat.
Yeah, put the headphones on.
Headphones on? Am I your last person?
We'll see. We're just kind of we're
Some people just ran up to get their luggage, but they're still
yeah.
around.
We're thinking maybe hanging around just because people before they leave might stop in.
Yeah.
You know.
Most people don't. A lot of people don't leave till late this afternoon. They just want to check out.
Yeah. All right, let's get this as close as we can get it. Right around there. All right.
How's the hair? That's the
Beautiful.
important part.
Here, can you see it? There you are.
Do I look like a lion?
Oh, all right, we're recording there. Everything good? We're live. We are live streaming to Twitter right now. Blueprint Tour. Kenny and Carter here again with Tanya, who we met.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. And we are MEP engineers on the search through the country to unpack and uncover all things construction, all things real estate, and this has been a really great adventure for us so far.
Yeah.
And we chatted with you last night.
Yeah.
You got awesome, cool content on the roof overlooking Chicago.
Checking out the skyline.
Chicago. It's not Chicago, it's Dallas.
Dallas,
Yeah.
it's Atlanta.
We don't even know what city we're in, and I'm totally sober now, so I have no excuse.
No excuse.
Running on not a lot of sleep.
Yeah, totally.
You know, a few hours a night.
Yeah, we
The
did.
crowd.
Zach was up here earlier this morning, and he had just woke up. We just woke up. We tried to get an episode, and we were like 20 minutes in. We're like, all right, we need coffee.
Running off of fumes.
You know, real estate folks, we go hard and fast.
Yeah, that's. You know, you'd be surprised. Mechanical nerds do at the ASHRAE conference too.
Oh,
I was in
yeah.
Chicago. I was surprised. You know, as engineers, I was like, wow, that's too much insanity. I just want to go to bed. So yeah, give us a quick intro. Tell us about yourself.
All right. So my name's Tanya Reagan. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I work in real estate investment, development. My specialty's historic rehab, and my motto is creating the user experience, the authentic experience, whether you live, work, or play.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So that the Purse building that is yours, right? We were looking at that.
Yeah. So we were talking about that last night when we were looking at the skyline, downtown Atlanta. My involvement in downtown Dallas. I've got a project right now. It's one of the oldest historic buildings downtown Dallas. Really interesting story. It was the former operations center for the JFK or for the FBI when JFK was assassinated.
Oh yeah.
So when the caravan went by, literally you can see the X and Dealey Plaza from its windows. So building sat vacant for over 30 years. I bought it just before the pandemic, went through, rehabbed it, took it to Shell, brought her back to her glory.
Mhm.
And now we are, you know, we're renovating it and looking at going and utilizing it as a boutique hotel. So
Nice.
really interesting story.
Yeah. So I'm sure with adaptive reuse like that, you uncover all types of surprises in construction.
Oh, yeah. Well, what was really interesting is, you know, one of the reasons why it sat empty for so long, frankly, was other developers were afraid of what they were going to find when they started peeling back all the layers.
Yep.
And, you know, there was that uncertainty with its age, what you were going to find. You know, last occupied in the early 90s, it was just layers of carpet, you know, small offices, very, very what you would expect from that period. Little
Ashtrays
bitty
still hanging out.
cubbies, yeah, right. Low ceilings. You know, what was under all that? So we essentially went in, spent the money, and just started peeling everything back. And what we found was original pine hardwood floors, all the original, you know, tin on the ceilings, all of the original brick.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was basically in a capsule like it was 119 years ago. So that was a really interesting discovery. Also, there's several bank vaults within the building that are all original. So those kind of things are pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun looking at those when we do surveys of historic buildings. That we do a lot of tax credit projects in our market in Richmond, especially. And so you'll see these really cool old bank vaults and stuff that
Oh,
they
yeah.
got to figure out what to do with.
Yeah, don't go in and close the door.
Oh God.
You might be in there a while till we figure it out.
Yeah, that would be insane.
Yeah, so it's been really fun, and even having the family, the original family from the 1920s that the building is named after, the Purse family, they actually tracked me down and came for a tour. They got the family together and they came down for a tour, and it was so emotional. The family was crying. They were giving us all these wonderful stories because it was how they remembered it all the way back to its bones. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
processes are much faster. And I find they've been pretty good to work with. But when we started, it was lengthy.
Yeah, that we.
Am I talking too long?
No, this is great actually. I was
I
fixing
get very energized.
it looks like that's now
It's
back.
good. Yeah, I
right?
don't want to refresh it and break it, but it's
Okay,
working.
okay.
What's happening?
It was a technical glitch we had on the stream side, but we're back. Yeah, that's
we're
fine.
back?
We're also recording this, and we'll do a full post production. I'll send
Do you
that
need
to you.
me to repeat anything?
No, we got it all.
Yeah, we
We're
got
good.
it. We also, the logo is all messed up. We were fixing that. So the historic on Richmond, we have a similar thing, except the historic gets harder in the Richmond area.
Yeah.
Very, very, very particular. But it's
Local
a huge
level can
market.
be hard.
Yeah.
Because even if you don't have a, in our city, we don't really have a, we have a preservation group that advocates on behalf,
Mhm.
but they really don't necessarily have the, I got to be careful, political correctness, but they don't really have the landmark status to really stop some of those teardowns.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's sort of a strange it's sort of a strange balance that you're navigating.
Mhm.
That's different from, say, a national registry,
We
which you
have.
can't touch.
What do you mean? Like you can't like demolish?
Yeah, you
or
can't
anything?
demolish or
Yeah.
or do certain things as far as the interiors if it's
Yeah.
designated that.
Like we
Status.
mechanical is difficult with the historic review board requirements. They never want to see it anywhere. And we just did one that was like a golf simulation facility called Birdies, and there's a commercial kitchen in there. So naturally, there's going to be tons, literally, of capacity requirements, which means things have to be big. It's physically large, with an assembly type occupancy with people there and ventilation for a kitchen hood and all these things that just make it, I don't know, maybe 80 tons of cooling or something like that. And they're like, oh yeah, we're going to give you this tiny little box on the roof that you have to fit all of your mechanical because the historic review board doesn't want to see it. I'm like, how is that going to be physically possible?
And make it cheap.
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
I don't like the word
true.
cheap. Make it inexpensive.
Oh, well, or lead times, right?
Yes.
So we had to
Oh,
specify.
absolutely.
It was like a custom DOAS that we had to specify to keep it in that constraint of space. That's expensive and long lead time. But and they were like, "Is there any other option? We're looking for options." And I'm like, "The only option is ask the historic review board to let us see mechanical equipment on the roof because the stuff that I can get you in 2 weeks that's cheap is huge."
Yeah.
And those are the things that kill deals. So
Yeah.
when people say, well, why are so many buildings in these big urban cities, why are they torn down? Why don't we take care of history? Why,
Yeah.
Why is the first thought to come in and build new? Well, because of things like that,
Mhm.
trying to make the economics work. And all of a sudden you come back and you say, okay, it's going to cost X, which is 10 times what has been budgeted for that. Or the timeline is 18 months, but you need to start in, 10 months. Those are the things right there. All of a sudden they kill the deal, goes back on the shelf, and it could be another decade.
Yeah. It's wild to track it. I don't know how developers have the patience or stress tolerance to deal with the constant and curveballs. It seems like every single other day because we only get called when it's an MEP curveball, right, to help solve. But I mean, it's just MEP, architecture, structural, coordination, permitting, zoning, inspections, all.
I like to tell
contracts.
people doing historic rehab is like being in an abusive relationship. I mean, that's a
Jesus.
horrible metaphor.
Yeah, I can relate
like,
to that.
whap! Oh, okay, I'm back. Whap! All right, I'm here again.
Yeah.
I know, strange metaphor, but it's like it beats you up so bad that you still come back for more.
Yeah. So yeah, they're the special type of pain, I guess, the developers
we
want to go
just like
through.
the pain, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the art of the deal. We really are, I think, motivated about the art of the deal and pushing ourselves just to push that, kind of closer and closer to that edge without going over.
Yeah, absolutely. This is awesome. Well, we'll do. I know you got to get back,
Yeah.
and there's we might try to get a couple more here.
Great.
But when we come out your way, it'll be a longer
Oh, I
form,
can't
and we'll
wait. You're
dive
invited. We're
even-
going to coordinate everybody. We're going to get you. We're going to get you downtown where there's food to eat after midnight and on top
Absolutely.
of the Purse building.
Cool.
All right. Thank you
Thanks,
so much for
guys.
coming. Historic Riff. I appreciate that as an engineer. Thank you so much, Tanya. We'll see you next time.
All right. Thanks.
Brett. Yes, so I am tenant rep office guy. Office guy. You guys want to give your Twitter account? Yeah. Tenant rep office guy. You have it? Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you.
And maybe talk about what TREP is and what you guys do a little bit.
Okay, you want to do that one?
You could.
No, you do it.
I'll just do a quick my experience.
Okay. Trepwire at Trepwire. WIRE.
We can put this on different posts too, like Instagram, LinkedIn, and okay, awesome.
I don't have a.
We could do mine.
Yeah,
Sorry.
do yours.
Or it's fine if not.
Yeah, no, let's definitely have yours.
At HAYLEY. Okay.
Do we also tag CREi Summit? You got it. Okay. Haley.
Oh, HAYLEY KEENPR. Oh, I can go closer. Okay.
She's got all the chairs they're moving.
Here, what?
You got to be close.
I just heard her.
Allison. Dee Dee. Delay. Delay. Allison. Fantastic. There's our fearless leader, Mr. Ken Ashley. Would you like to come and sit down?
Hey, Ken.
Should we have Ken
Hey,
come
Ken.
join
Hello,
us?
everybody.
Maybe
Hey,
you see him
Ken.
on video.
Would you like to come join us? We need our fearless leader here.
I don't know if we
Oh,
can.
we don't have the fourth one. Okay. So it's a privilege to have our wonderful friends from TREP at our CREi Summit 2024. First of all, thank you so much for your sponsorship. Why don't you tell us a little bit, Haley and Tom, about what your experience has been and give us a little snapshot on what TREP is doing today?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mike. We are so happy to be here. This has been such an amazing past few days. TREP is a commercial real estate data provider. So we provide solutions and products and data that people really need in the market. So as a vendor, as a software provider in the space, we go to conferences all over. And many other vendors or solutions providers know sometimes you're just shoved in the back corner of a room. But this experience has been tremendous. At CREi Summit,
you guys really integrated us into the program. I think we got a standing ovation last night at the sponsor dinner. So we were able to have speaking opportunities. I led a course on email marketing. I was able to meet so many amazing people that we can then build on our relationships with them in the CRE industry. And they're going to then introduce us to their network. So it's not just about getting an immediate deal done at this conference, it's about building those relationships, learning best practices, and making friends in the industry that you will then be able to progress your business and learn more and really accelerate your brand and your company.
So it's really not about what you know. It's really about who you know, as our good friend Bob
Exactly.
Knackle said today, right?
Yes.
Tom, what was your experience at the event?
Yeah, this was a absolutely great event. We do obviously go to a lot of different conferences throughout the year, but this CREi Summit really stands out. Right, it's really about quality of people here, the connections that were made. You and I've been chatting for about a year on the phone, and now we're here, face to face. I mean, hanging out for the last 3 days. All the sessions were great. I have a lot of great takeaways. I was taking notes the whole time. The speakers were incredible. People like Ken Ashley that was running it. Mike Arnold, thank you again. It was just an amazing, time.
It's really special to have not only when you have a sponsor coming to the event, but the fact that we actually got to spend time together, right? A lot of the conferences that I've gone to historically over the last 25 years have been really kind of mundane. They're not really that interesting. This has like a little pep to your step, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
And getting to actually spend time with the people, not a vendor, as I think is really important, that we really appreciate, and we're grateful for everything that you guys do. And we're hopeful we're going to see you guys next year.
Thank you. Yes, we are definitely going to take part in CREi Summit. We know you guys too well now. We can't not come.
I love that. So next year we'll be in Palm Desert.
Awesome.
For everybody who's watching on the stream right now. So if you were to go next year, you can get your tickets and get a little bit of a discount. But we're really looking forward to building on this amazing experience and this amazing conference. So thank you again.
Thank you so much for having us. This has been great.
Yep, and we'll be back next year.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Is that what
Thank
you
you
needed?
guys so much.
Thank you.
Honest
Thanks, guys.
thoughts, but that was great. I have no idea what I look like. We should have done this on the first day.
Like we're all hungover the next day.
Yeah.
No, just meaning like my face.
You look beautiful.
Thank you. Oh, that's okay.
Want to see it?
It already happened, so
Oh, your butt's in the camera.
There we go.
beautiful.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mike, we're gonna head out, but
Yeah, this
All
was
right.
great. I know. It was so nice to meet you guys. I feel like it's really true. Like, people work in the cast, like, usually they're like, oh, vendor, we don't have time for you. We're doing deals, we're doing meetings. This was cool where they're like, we don't care what you do, talk to us. Who do you know? What do you do?
get the record over here. Record over here. Yes, sir. We gotta get.
Got me.
Yep. Oh, and let's let you see yourself. Look at that, pro.
If I had my glasses on, I could probably see it better.
Oh man, without my glasses, I am a blind bat. That looks good, Carter. Hell yeah. I like that the yellow light in the background.
That's killer.
All right, so Carter, rolling, and all right, Blueprint Tour episode. Who knows? We've done so many here at the CREi Summit. Learning so much. I'm Carter with Kenny. I am Kenny with Carter.
That made complete sense.
Yeah, and we're here with Mike from LA.
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, who has a killer New York accent, by the way.
Gotta throw it in when you need it. Forget about it.
We were just riffing right before we started, and I was like, well, shoot, we should go ahead and record, and so give a quick introduction. Tell people who you are.
Yeah, so I'm Mike Arnold. I run Elite Global Corporate Services for NAI Global. I also run our tenant consulting group out of Los Angeles with NAI Capital. 99% of my business is representing users of commercial space, so tenants and sometimes buyers, but don't want to really deal with the conflict of interest in representing landlords because I think my fiduciary responsibility is to my user.
I muted myself like an idiot, but yeah, that makes sense. And conflict of interest. We were at one point, the city was letting engineering firms do inspections, and we were like, we did them for a little bit, but I'm like, I don't really want to have to call out a client for some inspection thing that's going to destroy. You know what I mean?
Right,
The
yeah,
conflict
totally.
was way too strong, so we bowed out of that.
It's interesting. Like in LA, like most landlords want to use their own MEP people. They're like, we don't want to mess with our building, right? We know our guys, we know our people who are comfortable. We don't want to have anybody else come in. So when I do like allowances that I get from landlords, and I have my architects, my contractors, I like to control. I'm like kind of a control freak because I like to control the whole process. And I was like, yeah, that's cool, but you're not messing with the MEP.
Yeah, that's interesting, and that makes sense. An office where they have traditionally, like if it's a full office building, they'll have like each floor has an air handler and a VAV system and whatever controls, if it's old, some old pneumatic controls or it needs to be upgraded DDC. But there's so much history, like a chilled water plant, some on-site engineers. So we see that now in Virginia and Richmond. What we call a high rise is like 9 stories. So we don't have many office buildings like that.
We're a little bit more vertically integrated.
Yeah,
if you will.
yeah. We were looking over the Atlanta the skyline last night and be like, yep, that little tiny little section of really small buildings is like Richmond.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Atlanta's like the whole
What's
line.
crazy is because if you look at the market I focus on is about 60 million square feet. It's like the West Los Angeles market. So I go from like, if you're familiar with like Century City, Beverly Hills area, West LA, to the mountains before you hit the valley. And then we go down to like El Segundo. And then I go to what's called Mid Wilshire, if you will, which is like when you hit downtown LA. And people are like, oh, you do deals in downtown LA? Like, I do, but I just choose not to because it's like, fish out of water. It's like a completely different market. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of our competitors that literally have 2 offices, one in downtown LA, one in West LA. And it's literally like, not LA traffic, but like normal drive time, it should be like 15 minutes. LA traffic to go a mile, it takes you 45 minutes.
Man.
Jeez, crazy.
Man, how do you? Is there another way to get around and not have to do that?
I mean, I'm not the guy with the
ride your
helicopter,
bike?
but there's only 2 helipads, and it's crazy because like when LA was designed initially, like the ingress and egress is all messed up.
Yeah.
Whereas like in West Hollywood, like there's one street, it's Sunset. So when they actually designed the city, it was very poorly designed.
And once it's there, you're kind of hooked. you can't do much.
I'm born and raised here, so it's like I know the back roads. And I'll take clients, and they're like, "Where are we going?" I like, trust me, I don't need to use Waze.
Yeah,
I'm LA Waze.
Yeah, I'm stuck to Waze. Carter hates it. If I don't have Waze, I'll drive to California when I'm going to Richmond or something dumb.
Yeah, we've been going back and forth to jiu-jitsu for almost 2 years now.
Yeah,
and it's straight down the highway, one exit at like 3 turns, and he's got to use Waze. My street, he'll drop me off at my house, and he still pulls up. He's like, "Which one's your house?" He'll like,
yeah, I've driven by it.
How many times have we done this?
Driven by it.
Yeah.
He's either drives by it or he'll pull up to like 2 houses before and stop. I'm like,
Yeah.
What are you doing? My house.
Yeah, my wife won't even let me do it. She's like, my daughters and my son, they're like, no, we're not using Waze. Like, we're going to use, what's the other one everyone uses? It's the Google Maps or
I like
whatever
that
it
one.
is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the trick with Waze, right? Like, the reason you get hooked on it is when you actually go somewhere, you show up 5 minutes early. I don't know if you noticed that.
Mm.
And you're like, oh, I got here early.
Oh, they're
Waze
just
must
telling
be
you.
awesome. So they're telling you like, I'm going to be there in 27 minutes. And I actually got there in 22.
Yeah,
That's the trick.
They got
like,
me.
they're
They
like,
got me
"Oh,
there
I'm in."
faster.
Exactly. I'm
I
going to use
know
Waze
that.
again.
I'm
That's crazy.
stubborn. I'm stubborn. I like to pull up the directions in my driveway, look at them, and then turn it off. I'm like, I can get there.
I got it.
I'm like 80% there. I'm like, shit. I
You're
need the
that guy.
directions.
It's like, you don't need to tell me where to go.
Yeah,
I know where the
yeah,
next
I,
gas
I know where I'm
station
going. I'm just like driving around in circles. Like I do not know where I'm going.
is. Totally. I get it.
But so there is like public transit. You can't even take.
Well, we had new transit that just came in. Like there's the metro line that's coming in above grade, and there was all these different initiatives to go above grade when it went from like downtown to Culver City, and then going down to Santa Monica, and then it's literally like 4 blocks from my house.
That's
and
wild.
California had the amazing idea, especially in Los Angeles, to go, oh, you know what? Let's do the trust factor. So you don't even, there's not even security. So you can't really travel during the evening because it's just like vagrants and it smells really bad, unless when the Rams were playing the Coliseum, it actually was pretty cool because there was all the Ram fans going on a Sunday and it was clean and it was great.
Mm.
You go during the, like, you have people sniffing you. Like I had a suit on. I was going to a meeting downtown. I took it to go downtown to a meeting, and I literally had a dude like next to me go, "What kind of cologne are you wearing? You smell good." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't remember."
I'm married.
You just like
Thank
black
you.
out. Like what's happening?
It wasn't
right now?
like I thought he was like trying to look at my watch and like, which is why I don't wear watches anymore. I was like,
Yeah.
it was sketchy.
No
Yeah.
personal space.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, my bubble.
you talk about being familiar with the back streets and stuff. My former partner in India, we have a subsidiary company. He used to drive around all through the cities down there, and traffic in India is insane. There's just no rules or at all. It's just 1,000 people going in 1,000 different directions without following
signs.
any traffic rules. If there's a stoplight, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't mean anything.
Right.
They're just honking. And by the way, honking there is an indication that, hey, I'm going to pass you. So it's not like here, it's rude. You're like, fuck you.
It's
You know,
not
you're-
like in LA and New York, like, get the fuck out of the
yeah,
way.
yeah. They're like, it's a polite thing.
Right.
It's like you want to indicate that you're about to pass because the traffic is insane. In fact, one person in front of our office a few years back, this woman fell off of her motorbike and a bus ran over her head. And
Jesus.
yeah,
I think they need some MEP designations in India.
yeah, dude, it was wild. So he's driving, doesn't care about the sign. So I'm freaking out because I don't know any of this. And he just goes down a one-way street the wrong way. And then somebody's coming at him the right way. And Suraj is just like, fuck it. And he just like kept driving at them, like
Like a game
playing
of chicken.
chicken.
out of the
Yeah,
way.
playing chicken. The person, they're crazy. And then they went up to it. And then the one person finally gave in and started to reverse. But Suraj didn't slow down at all. He was as determined to
I'm
either
going.
hit that person or have them back down.
See
And
the-
he was going the wrong way.
Yeah.
That's how much they don't care.
There's no concept of right away. Like here, if somebody's on the main street and you're coming off a side road, you wait until it's clear. Nope. They kind of look and they just pull up. But if you're on the main street, you just slow down.
I was meeting with a client out here before the summit started, and I literally was driving with my coworkers out here, and he was like, "Oh, this is the way we roll in Atlanta. Like, I'm looking, there's cars coming, I'm honking, I'm just going." And I'm like, "Yo, I'm in the passenger seat."
Yeah.
He was like, "Are you worried?" I'm like, "Yo, I'm from LA.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about this little traffic situation.
This
here."
little tiny traffic thing.
That's a little Hyundai or whatever. I'm not worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
So on the deal side of these, you're brokering the leasing of the tenant spaces, right? On the lease,
Right. So I
you're
represent
representing
the
them.
user. So earlier today, Bob Knackle was talking about I sell office buildings.
Yeah.
I don't sell office buildings. When he was talking about that 10,000 foot tenant, he's like, how much are you going to pay? The 57 or the $50 or whatever it is. I'm representing that tenant.
Gotcha. And what kind of things are common in the negotiation? Like getting TI budgets? Like what?
Well, the first thing is like there's a big directive right now on workplace strategies. Right. So it just has a direct implication on what you guys do.
Yeah.
So we need to understand the type of building, the quality of building, air filtration systems. Like if you're using the MERV 13, if it's an older system, all of those things have come into effect, especially since COVID. So when we're looking and evaluating assets, the first thing we're doing is we're looking at the company or the firm, if you're a law firm, right, and how you operate. Like what's your everyday look like? And then some of your viewers may not know this, but the two most expensive things on a client's, balance sheet is their salaries and then it's their rents. So to the extent that you could mitigate some of that expense, and let's say I can reduce your real estate expense by 12 to 15%, that's now capital you're putting back into your business. So now you can hire more people or spend it in marketing. So typically we're looking at how we're reducing real estate spend for our clients after we're dealing with how do they utilize a space? What's the culture like? So I deal from more like an holistic perspective where a lot of brokers are like, let's go make a deal. And I do a lot of financial analysis. So we do a whole evaluation. And when we're looking at whether it's a one-off deal or a portfolio for my client.
Do you how often, if ever, do you have like your architect friend or somebody and you're trying to run an idea like, hey, do you think this would work? Or
All the time.
yeah.
I bring people in so early that sometimes the clients are like, why are they here?
Yeah.
And so I try and manage the expectation and be like, look, I put a team around. Like, I'm an ex-athlete. I played basketball in college, played overseas. So I'm about like, we have to have a team to support. Like, I know what I'm really good at, and I've had success over the 26 years doing. But I'm smart enough to know, hey, I need to get a contractor in before this landlord's going to give me TIs because I need to get a bid. In fact, 2 days ago, we just found out we won business from an existing client or existing prospect that was using another broker. And he was like, oh, this is the allowance we're getting. I'm like, well, what's your bid look like?
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you, it's like reverse engineering, right? Like, I need to get all my information so I can make an educated decision versus doing it in the inverse, which is what a lot of brokers do. They try and slam deals like, oh, here's the allowance, here's the free rent. I'm like, I feel like I'm your extension of your real estate department for the clients I represent that don't have the ability to have one in-house. So I'm like, I look at my clients like it's my own business. And I think that's what they've appreciated from me over the last 26 years is that I run it like it's my own. And I'll tell them if I disagree. And you didn't hire a yes person.
Yeah,
you
that's
hired
good.
someone to give you advice and consult you.
Yeah, that's
The worst thing you can be as a consultant is like a yes man.
yeah, that's right. We, you know, engineers are pushovers. It's tough. It's hard to be a good engineer where you can say no because you're pressured by a developer or somebody to just say yes. Like, I want to do this value engineering. I want to do this or that. And you don't want to say just no. That pisses people off. That's what engineers usually do if they have to. But it's like, yeah, sure, we could do that. But do you realize it looks like this and it's a really bad idea?
Right.
A lot of times what I'd say, especially in HVAC, is it's not illegal to be uncomfortable. So, you know, I can't force you to spend money to be comfortable. I mean, the code makes you be at least not freezing inside.
Right.
But other than that, like, okay.
But that's a huge issue, right? So like if I have a client who's looking at a single building, for example, and you're a freestanding building, the first thing I'm doing, especially if it's going to be a modified gross or triple net lease, where I know my client's going to be responsible for the HVAC, I'm having engineers come out. I have HVAC specialists, I have electricians, and we're looking at the whole project, right? Because what's the worst thing that can happen? You got 23 years into a 27 useful life of an HVAC system.
yeah.
That's going to cost my client thousands of dollars.
Yeah, that's huge. So yeah, triple net meaning, elaborate on that a little bit. I think I sort of have an idea of what it is.
I'll give you like, it's like an apartment, right? So you pay on triple net, you're paying the taxes, insurance, maintenance, utilities, and janitorial costs. A modification of gross or a modified gross is a modification of that, where typically the tenant would not only pay their rent, but they'll also pay like their electrical and or janitorial. And then a full service gross is when you take all those numbers and you gross it up. So LA is different. We do everything on a monthly basis. So if I said to you it's $5 a foot, everywhere in the country is $60 a foot. You multiply it by 12 on an annualized basis.
Yeah.
So when I'm thinking about what my expenses are, a client may say, oh, that's $5 a foot full service, but we found this building that's $4 a foot triple net. Why aren't we doing this deal? And I'm like, well, when you gross up the triple net numbers and you're responsible for the asset, like literally, except for the membrane of the building, like you're responsible, like unless you do something, the roof, HVAC, landlord's like, here's my contract, right? It's your responsibility to maintain it. And there's a lot of brokers that don't even know, like you have to look at the asset as it's whole to understand what those hidden costs are.
Yeah. Yeah. So like the actual maintenance cost of it, what does that actually translate to? Or CapEx that's coming your way? Are
You're
they
going to get OPEX, right? You're going to get a CAM charge. You're going to get an OPEX. You're going to pass through on a full service gross basis. But when you gross up those numbers, that $350 deal or $4 deal, triple net, if the nets are running like $2 a foot, guess what? When you're grossing it up, you're now $6. And they're like, oh, I didn't even think about that.
Are they responsible for like replacing the HVAC if it goes completely dead?
Yeah. That's a
huge.
big issue, right? So I just did that for a friend of mine in Santa Monica, and one of my best friends, and I don't really do a lot of retail, but he has a gym. Shout out to Flip First Gymnastics, Dan the man, love you, brother.
Dan.
And basically we got into this great facility for him. And the first thing I did is like, there's holes in the roof. We had to take out the ceiling. We had to look at The building's owned by an absentee owner, so he's not really around. The building is like in a strip mall.
Mm-hmm.
Killer bones, 30-foot ceiling, bow truss, like nobody knew. So we got into it, and we started looking, like, because there's a restaurant next door and there's like smells coming over. So the previous tenant literally, or the landlord, didn't even bring the walls up to the full ceiling height. So you have like smells emanating from like, what was it, like Panda Express or whatever coming into his
Yeah.
suite.
Yeah.
I'm like, you want to get somebody hungry? I guess why you did it.
Yeah.
But there was issues because the HVAC was literally dead, and we were like, yo, you have to replace this stuff. This is ridiculous. And then you have to explain it to them and give the quotes. And then of course the owners are going to go, that's ridiculous. It's too expensive. I have my own HVAC person.
Yeah, you know that I'm so glad you brought that up, because this is why we're doing the tour, because this negotiation's happening. You're doing all this, and somebody will say, "I got my own HVAC guy," or whatever's happening, and you get a number, and then the engineer's called, who has a responsibility legally to enforce the actual code. And I'm not saying contractors don't, but when you go design build, somebody just like puts it in or whatever. I see it a lot where it's not
kosher.
actually, it's actually not sized correctly. It's not selected correctly. You're not ventilating, all of these huge issues for the building itself and for the tenant, the occupant. And then it's like, and then the engineer comes in, we do our design, and it's called over engineered. I don't know, maybe not in your climate, you don't have as much humidity, but it's really expensive to deal with Virginia weather. It's
tough in LA. It's like 80. It's a small breeze. It's kind of warm.
Yeah, I know, right? You just open the windows and you got your HVAC.
That's right.
Yeah. So for us, it's different, because then we'll come in and spoil the party, because let's say it's a restaurant and we got to bring in a whole bunch of fresh air from the outside, and our fresh air is damp and humid and insane and sticky and nasty. And to make that comfortable costs a lot of money. But the subcontractors think they could just buy, not all of them. I'm not trying to talk trash on my subs, but what I see is, like, especially if they're maybe residential, trying to do their first commercial type thing on a small light thing, right? They'll say, hey, I got it, no problem, 20 grand. And they're specing maybe a 4-ton split system or something that's not anywhere close to what
they're supporting what it should.
Yeah.
Right.
They didn't even count ventilation. They're probably not even going to bring it in. They don't have the exhaust where it's needed. And then, then we have all types of things that'll show up in electrical and plumbing also. But
like lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, exactly. And then, and that's like, that's sort of what I tell our friends here that meet on Twitter. Is just like, hey, at least DM me, and just say, hey, somebody said, like in that situation, hit me in the DMs. Hey, Kenny, I got this guy. He's saying this is what he's going to be.
Is this legit? Like,
you
look this up.
Yeah, is this crazy, or is lipstick on a pig, or is it somewhere close? And then, just to have that person to be able to run through the deal, because that's, we may not be called, you're negotiating it and you finally get this thing closed, and then we might get hired in 3 months or 6 months.
It's my biggest pet peeve. Like, most brokers are like, okay, here's a deal, send me my check, and then they walk away from the deal, and then all the service providers or vendors are coming, HVAC, MEP, architectural contract, they walk away. Like, to me, like, because I'm a little bit of a control freak, at least in the office, my wife will say I'm not that way at home. But overall, it's like, I want to make sure I'm managing this like it's my own piece of business. And I think that's really important. I think that resonates with clients, because when they recognize that you care about their business the way you care about it and not just a check, that's, I think, why you see certain brokers have success over a certain period of time, because they're actually providing a service.
The understanding what it's like to run a business is helpful. And engineers, not every engineer runs a business like me, but like, we try to teach and train people, like, especially in our market, we do small project TIs. So we'll do multifam and other light industrial, but like, you're dealing directly with small business owners a lot of times. And so being able to empathize and say, you can be as comfortable as you can afford. It's not illegal to be uncomfortable. So I get it. You have your constraint. We just consulted on a restaurant recently. They have these 2 hoods. I'm like, bro, you don't understand what 2 hoods are going to do to your restaurant. It's going to be
70
so
grand,
much.
like for what is it, a grease trap?
Oh yeah. Then there's the grease trap, depending on your, here in Atlanta, they make you put it outside the footprint in the ground, and that gets real expensive. And so,
can you imagine that being in the ground too? Like, long story short, so what's a landlord's exit strategy? I want to sell my building. When I get a better rent, I get my NOI up, sell at a better cap rate.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? If your stuff is in the ground and you go into a phase 1 and that leaks into the ground.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I've heard that horror stories from, what is that?
Laundromats, gas stations, where you have different chemicals that can leak into the ground. And a lot of landlords don't even recognize that, or like, it doesn't matter because it's a tenant's responsibility to mitigate it. At the end of the day, that's what they're going to say. But if you don't have a good representative, landlord's going to leave it on the tenant. I'm like, we're not putting that on us.
Yeah, man. It's just such a huge industry, and that's this whole podcast actually started for us doing, how it is. You do a lunch and learn sales pitch to people. That's like kind of the traditional thing. I thought, man, I don't want to throw $300 a day
Right.
to a bunch of people just want a free lunch. It's like not really going to translate. So then we kind of were like, well, what if I just found 2 or 3 people and we could just record my phone and we just have a conversation?
This
and
is killer.
It turned into
like
this.
when I saw you guys interviewing all these people, I was like, I kind of had FOMO. Like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah. We were just, I was like, let's do it on the mic, you know,
Yeah.
because that's what it is. And for us, we're learning about this. And sometimes we'll do a cold call to brokers and just try to build a relationship. Most of the time, the reaction is, oh, well, we don't really have any need for MEP. And I got to thinking, maybe I just say, like, I get it, but can we just chat or whatever? But this
it's relationships, right? Like it's like Bob was saying, it's not like what you know or what you know, it's who knows you. And like we were riffing before.
We're bringing the riff out.
I got it. Trademark. Right context. I got it. So literally when we did that, I was like, I've always lived in a place of abundance.
Yeah.
Right. So to the extent, like I have people like on my podcast who, or not my podcast, but interview me on their podcast.
Yeah.
And I have people at competitive firms calling me saying, my senior broker is not training me. I'm not getting the right information. Like, can you help me? I saw you have some really good intel and stuff. So I've always said, 1 + 1 should equal 3. I've always said, if you're in a place to be successful, and I'm very blessed that I have been, and I've done so in a long time. I have a wonderful family, but you have to give back. And Bob was talking. I don't want to like jock him too much, but he said a lot of powerful things that resonated with me that I live by as well, which is, help people out, not with an expectation to receive something back. So I'll tell people, like, only thing I ask of you is if I can share information with you when you're in a position, pay it forward. Right? I'm not charging you as a coach. People are like, oh, can you be my coach and I'll pay you? I'm not interested in that. If I can help your career and we create a workplace where people are actually helping one another, I think the world then improves as a whole. Not to get on a soapbox, but I think we could use a lot more people helping each other.
For sure.
And not be so combative like we are in today's world. Like you can agree to disagree and have discourse.
Yeah.
But I can respect your thoughts. I don't have to agree with them.
Yeah, it's kind of like that thing where, luck is like exponentially proportional to the amount of things you can do to help people. You just get luckier.
I think the
more
harder
you
you work, the luckier you get too, right? So like if you're working smart, if you keep working hard, luck will translate with that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we will have to come out there to LA.
I'm happy to make introductions for you. Like I said, it's like we just met, right? I seen you at the conference. You obviously got your bling hanging.
I mean, I'm representing. I got a free free swag here.
Can we see the Flavor Flav like mix a little bit later?
It was shining at the beginning of the video. I saw the glare. I was like, ooh.
It was like the sun was hitting it into the camera.
Yeah, plastic doesn't shine like that.
But yeah, when you guys come out, like let's go grab lunch. I'll make some introductions for you if I can help you guys out.
Well,
it's like
what we do, we'll bring it if you want to do an episode while we're out there. We can, if you can find a spot. We like to shoot on site, like we're talking with her about on the rooftop in one of her buildings that's looking over Dallas. Or if you have a tenant that you want to show off that just did a TI that we can do.
We just build out a space. We just rep the national law firm. Like they're killer new space and the architectural uniqueness of that. You can go to like friends of mine who own buildings. We can go to their rooftops or their balconies, and you can kind of see the backdrop. So
that'd be awesome.
And then make some introductions, and maybe you can riff with them too.
Yeah, we could. Well, that's what we'll do. We'll come out there and we can riff with them on episode. We could do a co-host with you if you want to bring them in and just kind of show off what they do. And that's kind of what our folks want. They're on the journey with us to just learn about things that, especially if they're technical, we may not think we needed to learn. We learned all the math.
You said something that was really unique, and I don't think people really appreciate it, but I do. It's the journey.
Yeah.
Right. So everyone's worried about the final destiny and the result. Life's not about the result. Life's about your journey and what you make of it. And so I think the more we can embrace that process, the more, people recognize like everyone's journey is different. Right. And for most of us, the journey is not easy. I mean, there's some people got the silver spoon and just handed stuff. I've been working since I was 12. So I worked really hard for what I've been able to get today. And I think if people are like-minded, you want to people and work with people who are like-minded and really appreciate the journey, because that's what makes us as human beings.
1000%.
Yeah. That's air horn worthy. Hey, before we go.
Oh yeah.
Let's do our, so this is our instant quote. We, if you ask us for a price, RFP or anything, we just use this as our own tool.
Oh, that's
we do small projects, so it's more like a dollar cost averaging thing for us. Like we win some, we lose some. We've been asking folks for feedback on it. Give it a shot. Just any square foot. All you got to do is punch in the square footage type of space, ME and or P. Just do all three, and then that is the cost for us
So
to design.
So I'm plugging in office right now, right? Because that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So if I do a 25,000 foot office, and then what else am I supposed to plug in?
ME and P at the top.
Okay.
So if you need a mechanical design, electrical
Well,
design,
I'm gonna
plumbing
have
design.
let's assuming that I'm going to the raw space, the buildings, an older building is probably not new with new systems. So let's say I need you for all of it. I'm scrolling down, and now I say estimate MEP cost. So let's go. We'll call the project name the Rizzler. That's a shout out to my kids and our Quiplash. Estimate cost. This is sweet. Do we need some like Jeopardy theme song right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it calculated? Yeah, no, I was like, oh, there it goes. It's in, and it's in.
Oh, wow. 16.
What does that compare to your market?
I don't want to give you false information to know because every deal is different, but it's not outlandish.
Yeah.
I mean, you're literally, what is that, about 75 cents a foot? Right? 25,000 foot deal. Let's do simple math. $1 would be
25,000. We're engineers. We can do this.
$2.
50.
12,
Yeah, we're right in the middle.
Or 50. So we're like 60 cents a foot or something like that. So that's
It's a
pretty
curve.
good.
The way it's like a little curve that compresses as it goes larger. So each of the markets, we built a back end where you can configure, like sales team can configure the curves based on, like
the different markets, because New York and LA is going to be more expensive than in Richmond.
Yeah.
Right?
And so yeah, one piece of feedback we got was right there. He's like, if I could just have somebody call me, that'd be great, because we don't really want to reach out and spam people when they do that. But a little window that could pop, like, hey, do you want somebody to call you about your project? And then you can
What'd be
request
cool
it.
is that like I have my contacts that have to go. Like I have a couple MEP people that I know, but not cool like you guys.
Yeah, hey, I'll take that.
Throw it out. So like for example, I could give you guys a shout or shoot you a text and be like, hey, I'm doing 25,000. I need to do MEP. Give you a little bit of the details, and I could probably have this in 30 seconds for you. Like
all day.
That's huge, because when I call people to help me, like contractors, MEP, like I'm in the service delivery business, so I have to make sure that I'm at the beck and call of my clients, which my wife hates because she's like, why are you taking texts at 10:30 at night? I'm like, it's a client's worry because we have to hit a certain occupancy date, right? Or he's paying double rent.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But get access like this quickly. And I think in the world that we're in, you have to be able to respond quickly to people.
Absolutely.
And I think a system like this is going to be outstanding.
Yeah, we're trying to. If you have any ideas that come to your mind, send them our way. We'll get the software team on it. But we're really trying to make it a little bit closer to your pocket and getting things going in our market. And so it's just been a wild ride.
Yeah,
you guys are doing a killer job. Like I'm really impressed with everything you're doing and the way you guys operate and your authenticity, which has been huge. And so glad that you guys are here at this event.
Hey man, well we're gonna go to LA. We gotta get the Dallas thing
Coming to
booked. Get coming. We gotta
Yeah,
go to LA
for sure.
Florida.
No, next year.
Dallas.
Next year.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
Summit next year.
Absolutely. We're gonna be doing that. And we're gonna be setting up at one of your clients' suite offices, looking downtown, do another riff, dive in a little bit more, show off anybody else you want to. You're gonna
Maybe
co-host
see
with
the
us?
beach, be down in Santa Monica.
Oh, yeah,
see
the
the
pier.
sunset.
Oh man, my wife's gonna be so jealous. All right, Mike. Thanks so much. Man.
Appreciate you
Chilling
guys.
with us,
Thank
man.
you. All right.
See you next time.
All right.
Natural.
That was fun.
Check 1. Check 2.
Check.
You recording there? All right. We're doing a. Oh.
Are you on Twitter?
Is this live?
Oh, yeah. Are you on Twitter?
Yeah.
What's your at?
George_hotel.
George. G. How do you spell George? GEO?
Yeah, GEOR.
GE. Underscore what?
Hotel. OTL. Like hotel with no H.
Gotcha. George Hotel. All right. You ready?
Yeah, you got it? I
Yeah.
mean, it's did you hold on. Can it
Yeah. George.
I think you have to follow me.
What? Oh, me? Oh, yeah. Here, let me share mine. I'm.
Because I can share on my feed.
Follow me. All right.
This will be like on Twitter. Will be recorded, so I can take it later.
Yeah, yeah, of course. All right. All right.
All right.
Welcome to the Blueprint Tour. I'm Kenny with Carter. We're getting a quick chat with George Hotel.
Season 3,
A
episode
financier.
something.
Yeah, we're on episode Who Knows? And we caught up with George last night and the night before, talking about, the industry, lending, capital. So tell us about yourself. What you got? What you do?
I've been part of multiple businesses. So eventually I stopped at the financing side, which is more like related to my personality.
Yeah.
Working the numbers and finding a structure, the real structure to get the best outcome, basically.
Mm-hmm. So what is that? What is a day in the life of finding how to deploy the capital look like?
Okay, so we have multiple channels where leads come in, and basically finding what's important for them. So my company is we do a lot of business loans, and we expanding more into commercial. So in just real short is we do equipment starting from 20 grand to 30 mil, working capital. So
you said 20 grand?
20,000 to 20 million.
20 million. 20 grand to 20 million. Okay, that's quite a spread.
Yeah. I'm a part of American Association of Financial Brokers. So basically, I have a lot of access to different banks, and basically, if there's something new going on in the markets, I just ask, hey, I have this deal, and anybody's interested, and they just call me. So they're like, that's the fast. So from the business perspective side, I took time to study to understand how it works and what they need. So I understand the business owners, and I understand what the bank want to see in this whole equation. So I'm making sure everything is lining up to get the best options.
Where do the lead sources come from traditionally? Or did you have like a lead funnel, or did people call you?
We have a couple funnels. We have referral sources. Regarding commercial real estate, we work with brokers. So basically, we pay 20% of our commission. We pay to our referral sources. So it's a good way to build up relationship. And
Yeah.
for the brokers, they talk in with those clients anyway. And one of our advantages is like I'm working with a lot of vice presidents of the banks, and they able to turn around to me like a day or two. Basically, let's say for SBA, it takes 5 to 7 business days to get a term sheet. I get done in next day or 2 days.
Is this the 7A?
For all
loans?
of them,
Okay.
all of them. I mean, usually people go to a bank, they give you an option. I'll bring you like 3-4 option for SBA. I mean, different loan structure, 2 loans in one, and different, like one fixed, one flexible. So it's
Okay.
multiple sides, multiple combinations. Like, and I'm working only with the top. That basically, if the deal is not gonna pass the pre-qualification, I'm gonna kill it right there. It doesn't make sense for me to waste time
Yeah.
to move into the underwriting. So then, for example, right now I have a lot of business owners looking to buy their own properties, like truck terminals, manufacturing, dental, restaurants. And I tell them, hey, if you're planning to buy in 6 months from now, let's start now. Let's start the process, especially with the taxes. So they come to us, we analyze everything, and we prepare them for them to be able to accomplish what they need.
Mhm. Do you also, I guess, doesn't SBA have a owner occupant real estate?
51%.
51%?
51%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last year they changed, and there's so many things you can do. There's so many structures, and we're still unfolding all these things. So basically, let's say you have a business, you're a business owner, you can give someone like passive position under 20%, and they can bring the down payment for the building and everything. So they're not a guarantor, but like a passive investor.
Oh, okay.
So I mean,
So somebody who's outside of the
Yep.
deal can be a part of it.
yeah. Like a kind of like investor, so you can leverage down payment.
Yeah.
And you have like 10% for, let's say your company is 5 million. Yeah, you give them like 5% or 10%. So you control everything. They bring the inflow. Then eventually you leverage that. So it's
That's interesting. That's how Duke got his deal to work. So we interviewed a developer in our local market who did, I think it was an SBA loan that he got, and it was currently an underoccupied facility, but he had a couple businesses that he was just going to put in here, and he got it at a good price because there was nobody in it. And so it was like a little bit distressed, I believe. And so he filled that occupancy with his own, was able to make the underwriting work with the rent roll from his own companies, and then used, I believe, because he was 51% or more, was able to get the terms, which is what, like a 10-year. What is the terms on it?
so if there's commercial real estate involved, it's 25, 30 years, or if
Wow. 25 or 30-year note with no balloon. I mean, that just stays all the way amortized over 30 years with the SBA loan.
It's so for example, if we have two loans, like with a government bond and a 5-year note, it's two loans. One recently we got something like with was like 6. The government was 6%. The other half it was 6.95. So that's like 10-year penalty, basically 10 years. So each year goes lower. That has a penalty, but it's 6%. So we're not gonna see 6% the next 10 years. That's I don't say it's guaranteed, but it's low chance.
6% that used to be high.
Yeah.
Now it's low.
And but usually it's for the first 3-5 years some penalties, but overall it's good.
Yeah.
Regarding real estate, it's giving you the ability to buy something with 10 or 15% down payment. It's good. So if you have a strong cash flow company, sometimes they do 100%, 95%.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's why I tell the clients, hey, if you want to like come to me, I'll tell you what to do so you get the most out of it.
Yeah, you can help maybe look at balance sheet, profit loss, and kind of figure out what the best debt structure might be for an acquisition. Do you do like SBA acquisition lending too? Like buying?
Business. Yeah. Like, look, you can buy a gas station, FedEx routes, a lot of businesses. And you don't need the idea. I'm looking at like it doesn't make too much sense to start something right now, because I mean a lot of people are selling, they planning to sell, and you combine established business, they have a book of business clients, everything is running, and then you just transfer the ownership, and it's much easier. Let's say you have like $200,000 to start something, right? You can start from scratch, and what are you gonna be in 2 years, or you can just use 200,000 to buy a $2 million business that, let's say, it's making 500-600 grand. So it's like you started making money right away. So like you're in different position, you can double the business, or you just start it from scratch and get frustration. So
I've only really learned about that idea of using SBA money to buy businesses when we got on Twitter in April, because we've done the hard work. We've been building this for going on 10 years, maybe 8 years, 7-8 years. And then I'm realizing, oh, wow, yeah. But we do have a unique approach in what we're doing. But buying a business is like, okay, the cash flow's there, the marketing's figured out, the systems, the operations, the employees, the book of work, all of that. And you're basically buying cash flow, which is, or expanding, right? People will try to buy more and expand their total gross revenues by acquiring. And it's interesting, the M&A, the mergers, acquisitions market of things.
Yeah, the idea is like whatever you do, it's like you're looking like what competition I can buy. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like they love you, everybody. Like you get like to from scare mentality to an abundant mentality because
Yeah.
it's available and like it's I mean you can use leverage. I mean it does from my perspective, like I'm looking like how much I'm gonna get. It doesn't matter how much I'm gonna pay. Like I mean if it covers all my debt, everything, taxes, and I make money after that, I mean it's good and it's running. It's running and like you idea is like to buy something that you put a manager, like somebody operational manager, like so you delegate things. You don't want to be the boss that's running all the show.
Yeah.
That's the thing is like you make sure like okay like 80 120 grand for managers to take everything off. So that's a cool idea to
Mhm.
so the same thing like okay like do I want to start like with 200 grand to be 24/7 over there, or just make sure I buy a big enough business to have someone run the show for me? So it's
Do you blend any owner financing in any of the deals where it's like part
yeah. I
SBA
mean,
funded?
I'm saying like if you're selling something and you're not willing to do a seller finance, then it's like I don't trust this. I mean, it's like let's do 5%, 10%. So you can yeah, great question. Basically, you can build up the owner financing in through the 10%. So you don't
Yeah.
even need to do that.
You can kind of make the deal work. But like, okay, about this 200 grand is owner financed or something like that, or,
Yeah,
or blend it.
yeah, you can do 200 grand, or you can use 200 grands as 5% and the other 200 grand or whatever to buy bigger business.
Yeah.
So
It's wild, like the amount of knowledge it takes to be able to structure that.
yeah,
and
it's
then,
not that hard. It's like so my clients, right? It doesn't matter who, but they are my clients. So when they come to me, I teach them tricks that based on my experience, how they negotiate that. I'll tell them, hey, pay attention, make sure, because like I teach them the way I will do it. So I take like 30 minutes, 45 minutes to talk with them to understand how we can create an opportunity for us. So ask the right question. Don't be like emotionally attached to that. And if you're doing the right thing, the right steps, they may be willing to. You gotta understand what it's trying to do. You know, if they need to move quick, we can move quick for the right price. So that's
yeah.
And 5% is nothing, man. I mean, 5-10% is like look. I mean, it's even more advantage because like it's like it has like a tax benefits to that, and also you gave them like same like 7-8%. So let's say if they're gonna take the money and dump it in the market and have some spy or any indexes that it's gonna make the same money, but like it's attached, so you have a lien. It's attached to the property, whatever. So
Yeah. You can
it's
secure it.
yeah.
And if there's a default, or I guess there's the tax benefit you mentioned. I guess you're saying that instead of paying one tax from the gains in the year that they sell full amount, if they amortize or
Yeah, because
say
that's a
10
loan.
years,
That's a loan, so you don't pay
yeah,
money on the loans.
and you pay
It's
relative to the principal amount each year. Smaller chunks.
but that's I don't have 100% the full transparency, but like it's the idea is like that's a loan, and I loan you the money,
Mhm.
and I don't pay tax on the earned
Yeah.
interest. Is like
Real estate guys will do that a lot. The Casey and those folks, the owner financing, if it's a taxable event because you have this low basis and you have this huge like gain, then if you lend it, then you pay taxes, but it's basically
You
over
wanna
time.
yeah, and it's much lower taxes. It's like the lowest tax possible because it's a loan, it's not a gain. It's a loan, so it's a loan. So you pay lower taxes on a loan than on a gain, like 12% or something instead of like 25 or 30. So it's
Yeah, we'll have to get a CPA expert here and talk real estate finance and business finance, tax law, because that's just a fascinating topic. It requires, I guess, a license, basically. But
yeah, it's for me it's like I'm getting the idea, but I totally understand that need someone with special knowledge for each deal, because it's like
Yeah.
you can just put every deal in the same box. It's
that's hard to find. I just recently found out about the solo 401k and self-directed IRAs that can be used in these kinds of transactions as well.
Since August last year, you can do so many things. Like I even didn't go through because like the only way for me to go if I get on a client with an opportunity, like Basically, I don't watch the news because I participate in those news. I'm like, it's what's bringing. Like, I'm ready to cook. Okay, what we have today. So I'm creating the opportunity based on what's market bringing. So
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
that's why I decided to double down on a commercial.
Yeah.
Because a lot of transactions going to happen. I mean, a lot of balloons going, a lot of they got a refi,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people they got like 6 months, 12 months extension, but eventually it's gonna happen. And
Mm-hmm.
considering all these baby boomers, like 10,000 people retiring every day, it's a lot of business is gonna be available, a lot of real estate, a lot of so it's we position good. I've been doing this for over 6 years, and they have the saying like if you're in business for over 5 years and you're not bankrupt or
Yeah.
in jail, it's like you're doing good.
Yeah, we see that. Yeah, it takes a while. We're approaching that 10-year mark. It's a wild rodeo. That's for sure. Especially when the COVID comes and then the markets are just wild sometimes, and you just figure out ways to keep going. You just keep surviving. And I'm sure everybody here has similar stories of just like what the fuck
Yeah.
happened, and COVID Ken, and he did this conference in 2020, and when we were talking to him, I was like, man, that just takes some serious guts to
Yeah.
do the conference like this in the wake of COVID, right? When I'm sure he was stressing, and everybody else is stressing about shutdowns and everything, and just wild.
Yeah, a lot of things are a lot of things are changing. It's changing fast, and I had multiple clients that I was telling them, look, you have to face reality and better face it now and understand how you can get more benefits, and because you gotta pull the trigger at eventually. Like if you made some bad decision in the past, you can readjust. And like, I mean, you have like 5 buildings, and you need to sell one or two to keep the three, or you can just hit the wall and lose everything. Because like, I mean, it's a risky, man. I see like Bob was mentioning, like it was like 70% of the owners of BNC offices, they don't not gonna have those buildings in 3 years.
Jeez.
Yeah, like and those are real numbers.
Yeah.
A lot of people they basically with the COVID they just dump money in things that they don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you buy a building, but like, then what? I mean, you gotta occupy, you gotta optimize it efficiently. So
yeah,
with the whole change is different. So it's gonna be a lot of opportunity for us to help investors, to help ourselves to create value, and value is created by creating connection, knowledge. And like this event was a great event, a lot of connection, a lot of people that are actually doing things.
Yeah.
It's not just learning, but it's like doing things like transaction. I met multiple people that we kind of like, yeah, I have this deal, let me run it by you, and like let's say it's, which is good.
Yeah, man. It's been a heck of an experience meeting everybody here tonight. We had a lot of fun on the roof talking and riffing. I think we got a mic chat with you as well that we'll share with you, and send a DM on Twitter. I'll just share my number, and we can stay connected. Where are you? What area are you in, Florida?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Oh, Milwaukee. Somebody else was from Milwaukee. Was it Tanya?
No, she's from
Minnesota. Never mind. I had the M.
The area
out there.
Yeah, wrong spot. Cool, man. Well, any other you want to tell people how to get a hold of you?
Yeah, usbizfunding.net, usbizfunding.net, George Hotel, LinkedIn, Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Many things business related, business funding. So I always tell people like you always need funding. You need funding to start a business. You need funding to stay in business. You need funding to grow your business, or you need funding to buy a business. So as you mentioned, like it's so many options just to buy a business. So it's look, because people like you sharing this type of information, it's the beauty of like accessing wealth, because like the percentage of like baby boomers willing to drop the business, I mean, because their kids don't like it, is outstanding, man. It's like wow. And like
motivated sellers.
You can buy for a nice price, and like it's not like you're ripping somebody off, but like because like eventually it's gonna go to zero. I have multiple businesses that I was trying to buy, and they didn't like because like I was too young or from other reasons. And they approached me like a year later, said, look, I mean, during the time the business was dying, obviously, because it was for sale. So there was no interest on improvement. So like, I'm not interested, but like, it's a lot of opportunity to buy it.
Yeah.
So
I
nice
love it,
chat.
man. This is good. I'm glad we got a business finance one on here because
Yeah,
that
for
that
sure.
that does. I'm sure a lot of people out there, even if they're in our industry, engineers, construction people,
Restaurants,
yeah.
construction, event, basically right now. Attack?
Do what?
We continue? I mean,
Oh no, we're about to roll out, but yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So awesome conversation. Good to meet you, and we'll stay in touch. We'll,
Yeah,
we'll
for
see you
sure.
next time.
Yeah.
All right,
sure.
brother. See ya.
Nice.
That's good. The
Yeah, I mean, it's I like it. Like
We have Delee. Phil, hey, what's up? Brought you in. Phil Brock. Hey, Phil, can you hear me? Phil. Phil Block. Block Phil. Been trying to tag him because he's always never at his desk working. He's always trying to steal, literally steal from us. Phil? Phil? Put on the headphones. The smoke in the background is perfect for even just making that look a little bit less weird. Got that lo-fi? they have music you could choose.
Hey, what's up? Y'all trying to talk to me?
Yeah, geez. Where do you just stop working whenever we're not directly
Yeah.
supervising you?
I'm prepared to sit.
Okay, yeah. We got to
Does that clarify?
Yeah, no, now I get it, because if you're prepared to sit, that definitely changes everything. Yeah, if you don't mind just staying right there. Phil, did you see me make fun of how you typed on the one episode?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I was on the call.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, he types like this. Like, dummy, like, do.
I mean, it is what I do, though.
So yeah, all I was doing was say the truth.
It gets the job done.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes it takes two hands to get the job done.
Yeah, dude. Not in my experience, but I bet it does sometimes.
Yeah, there's occasionally, depending on the person or the job.
Mm-hmm. This is a live stream, no big deal.
Yeah, no, we're just talking about.
This is the danger of not having an outside person on the call. You know?
Oh my god. Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Doing good.
You exhausted?
Yeah, very tired. But we are hoping to get one more riff, but yeah.
Are there still people milling about?
Yeah. At the Twitter handle that I have up there is the they're in the middle of conversation. We don't want to.
She seems like she's a
That's her in the
mingler.
background.
It's hard.
Yeah, look.
It's hard to tie her down.
You
One
know,
of
I
these.
wonder if I can add text, because you can see her in the background right now. You see the on the left.
Yeah, I
side
see
of
him
the
over
couch.
there.
But they're having a pretty
Just
important conversation. So.
mocking you with some other conversation on camera.
Yeah.
But not on mic.
Just making
Unbelievable.
fun of me.
I think they're talking about you, dude.
Yeah, man. It's really hurting my feelings. Carter had a great clip of Mike running the quote, and he was like, "This is awesome." He's like, he said something about engineers. Don't know any engineers, but now I know cool engineers or something like that. It's like that's
We're
right.
so cool.
Yeah, we're cool. Did you see my swag, Phil? I got my gold chain now.
I did, man. Yeah, it looks great.
I'm never taking this off.
And that's real gold, right?
This is real 24
It's pretty
karat gold.
shiny, so I'm assuming it's real.
Yeah, this is essentially about a $500,000 chain, and this is all diamond.
Who does
yeah.
your chain? Who's your chain guy?
Well, what's that guy's Danny? The guy that does the chains for like Polo G. Johnny Wang.
Oh yeah, he's the best in the biz.
Yeah. Johnny Wang. Johnny Wang.
This guy's the best.
Absolutely. Here, let's see. Did I accidentally delete that or something, Carter? I noticed that it was. Oh yeah.
Broadcasting.
Yeah, it was. We were dead for a little bit there, Phil. We don't know what happened to internet. For a minute, I thought the hotel, because we've been streaming so long, like some IT manager found out or something. Was like, who's going to take this person off? They're taking all the bandwidth. I don't know if maybe they were also streaming something next door or what happened, but we lost connection for a little bit. Luckily, we do have the recording of it. We got probably 2 seasons worth of episodes.
I know, man. It's crazy. And all of those people you could have talked to for like another hour at least.
Oh yeah, I was like intentionally trying to get it only a 20-minute or 30-minute conversation, trying to limit it just because other people wanted to talk, and because we could do 1.5-hour conversations. But yeah, so we essentially now have a Florida tour, a Dallas tour, and the Los Angeles tour, and of course the Midwest tour, which is like probably its own thing.
Yeah.
Going out through
Yeah.
Ohio and just, I mean, we're going to do definitely doing a shot in Aladdin. Zach's 1000% like really down now, especially you have to see the footage from Ken's front patio. It was awesome as shit. And Zach was just ready to riff.
I love it, man. That's the best thing is everybody there has just seemed so ready, and everybody knows what they're talking about, and the community itself is just so open to helping each other and
Yeah,
supporting
man.
each other. It's really cool.
Everybody's like, wow, you guys have all this figured out. And we're like, no.
Mm-mm.
Nope. We have nothing figured out except for, well, yeah, nothing.
Except for where you're supposed to set your equipment up. That's
except
it.
for,
That's literally all.
Except for we were told that we could have this couch, this nook. Carter, I think next time we should remember that we should set up a spare mic, because Ken would have probably been on that one with the trapwire people. Yeah, a lot of cool content. Everybody's getting awesome stills from the live stream from yesterday and sharing that. So a great place for people to go back and listen to. I mean, the live stream's there to hear all the conversations, but we'll be curating them as individual podcast episodes. One conference, I guess what we should do for the Blueprint Tour is just go to conferences, honestly.
Yeah.
Like
it's such a good platform for so many different people to just jump in.
Yeah, because people from all over will visit. So we just call it open mic night or something like that with Blueprint Tour. Imagine if we were reconvene doing conversations. And of course, Carter and I have been talking about we need to make the Blueprint Tour podcast about our journey as engineers, exploring all of the corners of the industry. That to me makes what we're doing, because I've been telling people what the podcast is about and all of this, and currently it's described as like a construction project, blah blah blah. But really, what it is two engineers going all over the country, talking to people that are anywhere remotely close to finance to try to go back home and train their engineers to be better.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, what it is. And just like, hey guys, here's what we learned. Then we were talking about that broker, right? The deal that they put together, and then the HVAC situation came up, and then suddenly it was like, oh, call your contractor. And it's like, well, be careful. Because we see a lot of people that come to the table and now they have to hire the engineers, and it was the contractor that gave the numbers, not the engineer. Well, if the engineer wasn't ever needed to be hired in the first place,
I think really the key thing that people I think should remember in this world is that if it's anything specialized beyond what a generalist type person would know, you really should just go straight to the person who is specializing in it. You don't like try to get around that. Just go to the person whose responsibility it is to know that thing, because no one else is going to know it like the person whose responsibility it is to know it. We talk about that all the time. It completely changes something when the buck stops with you. There's just it doesn't matter how well-meaning a person is. If the buck does not stop with you, you are limited in your ability to understand that thing. That's just matter of fact.
That's facts. I think a common misunderstanding in this is that the trade contractor is qualified to give these kind of judgments, and there are some that are, but there's a reason engineers exist, and it's not just to piss everybody off because they have to get a permit and they're going to charge 10 grand to draw it, but it's because we read the code all day long. And so generally speaking, we see this all the time. More often than not, people consider the general contractor as the subject matter expert, and they'll take their advice on, oh, the HVAC is this and whatever. And they come to the table, they do the underwriting, they negotiate the lease, everything's set in stone, and then boom, Mr. Engineer shows up, ruins the party, and all it would have taken is that DM to me, is this right? And almost without more than a couple sentences, I can probably tell you yes or no on it. And that's why I think it's valuable. It's like everybody we're here, we're just saying, hey, please DM me or call me next time. Your general contractor could be right, but when they're wrong, and it's devastating to the project.
Yeah. And a lot of the times the reason that the subject matter expert, the true subject matter expert, isn't reached out to is just a lack of trust. And that lack of trust isn't necessarily from something intentional. It just hasn't been built yet. It's like a lack of credit. If you haven't built your credit, you just don't have any. You don't have bad credit, you just don't have any credit. It's the same thing with the debt trust. If you haven't built it and made yourself available and it made it known, I'm the resource for you and I'm happy to be that resource, then they're not going to come to you. But that it's absolutely essential. Don't whatever you've experienced with engineers in the past, or whatever consultants you might work with, don't assume that they're going to act the same way. Go to them, ask for their advice. If they're unwilling to give that advice, that's a whole different issue. But for the most part, as I say, a whole nother. If you want free consulting, go find a nerd and ask them a technical question. I mean, it really is as easy as that, people. We'll forget to charge you for it for our billable time. If you just ask us a technical question, we'll be like, oh, well, we literally can't help ourselves. So that's just free advice.
The podcast is so successful is even the guy that was just on, George, was like, I just a couple questions is all. He wanted to keep it quick, and then once we started getting into the riff, I don't know if you noticed, like at the very beginning, it was very formal, but he started to get into the vibe very quickly. Then we started riffing, and before you knew it, it was, I don't know, 20, 25-minute conversation. I cut it short intentionally just because I was, wanting to make sure we have time for Beck or delay if she's here doing it. But point is, he's finance. He'll talk about it. You ask me a nerdy question, I'll talk about it. I'll forget to turn on the clock. If you ask anybody about what they do, they're going to talk about it. So why not? Why not ask? It's like the thing I told you with Beethoven. He hated playing in front of people, so you just put him behind the piano, and tell him one of the keys is broken. Next thing you know, he'll play for 3 hours.
Yep. Just trying to fiddle with it, trying to figure out the technical issue.
Yeah,
And
but he's,
before
like,
you know it,
writing a
you tricked
symphony.
Beethoven. Yeah, into writing you a symphony. That's
Yeah.
how it goes. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Basically, what I'm saying is we write symphonies on our drawings.
That's right. Yeah,
Like,
we are the Beethovens
yeah, we are
of
Beethoven.
engineering.
Yeah, people cry when they read our drawings. They're so beautiful.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody laughed.
Thank
real
you for
loud.
that laugh. Yeah, that was good. They liked
Oh
it.
my god. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this totally been a wild ride. Imagine if we just there's another conference, I forget what it's called, CBRI or something about retail something or other. It was in Las Vegas this year. That would be another one we could go to.
It seems to be conference season right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot going on at the same time.
I do think the reconvene is happening soon, right? Is it like next week or something?
I
The one
think
in
so.
LA
Yeah, let me
with
see
Moses?
here. Yeah, we can shout out.
Hey Moses, man, do you want us to come set up and do some podcasting? Somebody that knows Moses, tag him and see, should we fly our stuff out there next week?
Reconvene LA, September 24th through 26th. In
Whoops.
beautiful Santa Monica, California.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little off topic, but saying it that way reminded me of if you guys are on Instagram, follow an account called Unlikely Gems. I'm just going to throw that out there. Do follow it. You won't regret it. It is a delight.
Yeah.
But yeah, Reconvene conference on the West Coast version of this, basically CREi. It's going to be some awesome people out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. They might not have, well, they might not have their very own dedicated live stream podcast team
Yeah,
at
it's
that
unlikely
conference. Who knows?
they have actual licensed professional engineers running podcasts.
Yeah.
Flawlessly.
There
But,
it goes.
CREi does, though. Shout out Ken Ashley.
Yeah,
It's been
it's been awesome to see people just like milling about back there and then slowly wandering over. I think most people don't know what to expect, and they sit down and start talking. You realize like, oh, I have a lot to say. I
Yeah,
know a lot, and I have a lot to say.
That's how it always goes. My screen froze. Is it froze on yours as well?
Yeah, it's frozen.
My camera might have. It's back.
There you go.
Oh, Matt was calling me. Yeah. Do what?
Reconvene is pretty baller.